Mr. Miller lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now I will have our board secretary take roll to establish a quorum.
Thank you. Member Benitez?
Here.
President Craighead?
Here.
Member Lopez?
Present.
Member Miller?
Here.
And Member Otto?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now's the time we have set aside for public testimony, but I don't believe we have anybody here, so we will get right to our first topic, which is Vision 2035 with a strategic planning update. Dr. Baker.
Thank you. And as we prepare to share about the strategic plan, I just want to acknowledge the 3 topics today that are on the workshop agenda. Our Vision 2035 strategic planning update, our board goals, first student outcome monitoring session, and delving into secondary equity grading policy. The importance of these topics, I want to just share, really involve multiple years of study and input and feedback, and also testing out new ideas. And so there will be a common theme among them as we spend the day studying and discussing. All 3 of them also involve a shift in mindsets. And so you're going to hear in the strategic planning conversation a good part of that is about shifting mindsets and thinking about what is possible as we reimagine things in the educational system in Long Beach. It's also an opportunity to think about how adults are learning and growing in service to students. And then each of the areas of study today, the 3 areas, will also involve alignment to the excellence and equity policy. So you're going to get to hear how we've activated since the policy was approved, and how we are lining up the strategies to Vision 2035, which the board unanimously approved last year. So very excited for what will be revealed today. We'll also tell you more about the team that will be presenting. We have special people in the room today that are really close to this work. And so while oftentimes we're representing in sponsorship the senior team, the body of work today, you're going to engage with multiple of our leadership staff who are going to share what they're working on in service to these areas. So we'll start today with Vision 2035 and our update on the strategic plan. So I'll wait for those slides to go up. And I'll just allow you a moment to pull your materials up. You have a set of slides from last week that were delivered with your board materials. And then a couple things in front of you just to acclimate you to. You have a Vision 2035 overview and a single sheet that shows the themes that we'll be talking about today from the strategic plan. And then lastly, you have a liberatory design, mindsets and modes to design for equity, a set of cards that Nader will be addressing when we talk about the strategic plan. So, all right, so here we go. And I get to introduce this, and then I'll quickly be passing off to members of our team to also share with you. So today's presentation about the strategic plan is actually going to give us an opportunity to look back over the last year and a half, especially for the community engagement around setting a vision. And what that looked like. And Viva will be taking us back into the past year. And then we're going to really hover over the learning and the work that has taken place over the last 7 months. So after the board approved the vision, which includes those 4, the 3 portraits and the core values, you're going to hear a lot about the work that we've been doing to build a strategic plan that is actually about actualizing that vision, the how we will actualize that vision. So the morning agenda between 8:30 and 10. Let's see if I can get the slide to advance. Team in the back. Thank you. Involves different segments. As I shared, from vision to strategic plan, you're actually going to engage with each of the leads from those strategic plan areas. We'll talk about the governance structure because our strategic plan is a plan that involves new governance structure. You'll hear about that. And then we'll close around liberatory mindsets and consciousness and what that means for our work across the district. The past year and a half, I want to just call us back for a moment, and you'll hear more in detail about this, has been an incredible year of learning. And while we worked with Prospect Studio around community engagement and getting us to the portraits and the core values, something that became very clear to us is that everything we were engaged in was not just about the task that was in front of us, but was actually about learning from what we were doing. And so a number of new mindsets, new ways of being with our community were part of that learning, and not just producing a strategic plan, but actually learning to do things differently. And so this quote represents Dr. Lilia Watson. If you have come here to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. I want to sit with that because when we think about reimagining education, we know the outcomes that we have been able to achieve in the past. And so this Vision 2035 is asking us to reimagine what is possible for students, and the vision that you set forth is a huge part of that. Your board part of that, and the strategic plan is part of that. So in thinking about this quote, also want everyone to be thinking about that what we say we want is thinking differently about education in the city. And so part of that learning has been, how are we in community with people? How do we raise up leaders in our system that are closest to the work? How do we ground ourselves in student voice and leader and teacher voice? And so I hope that you'll hear as we go through the strategies of the strategic plan today, and you understand the totality of what we've been working on, that you'll hear many of those things as we engage. All right, so to a look back led by Viva Mogi.
Dr. Baker?
Yeah.
Are you going to have an opportunity at some point this morning with a strategic plan to share, sort of from a superintendent's perspective, how you think about the strategic plan and what's going to be shared with us this morning? Week to week, academic year to
Sure.
academic year.
And maybe it would be good to do the looking back first, and then I'll pause
Sure.
and do a little bit
Yeah.
of reflecting. And
Thank you.
anytime you want to ask a specific question to that, Dr. Benitez, I welcome that opportunity. But
Thank you.
when we finish the look back, then I can share a
Perfect.
little bit.
Okay, I think we're going to
morning.
start with a video.
As someone who's been in LBUSD and experienced an outside school district, as a member of Dr. Baker's advisory committee, I really feel like in this school district, my voice is being heard. I think it's really great that they give Black students this opportunity to be able to have their own graduation. It's great to see the district not only considering climate issues, but furthermore taking action against that.
As class of 2024, I'm really keen on graduating with my admins and teachers, as they have really given me a great experience at high school and really inspired me to do my best.
I can't wait to see what incredible changes are going to be made. In my high school years alone, I've seen the district doing whatever they can to implement as much equity as possible, so it makes me excited to see what else they can do for the upcoming classes.
It'll be something to look forward to. I see a bright future for LBUSD.
We are so excited to present Vision.
I was like, Dr. Baker, I hear both voices. All right. I'm not going to touch the slide for a second until I'm allowed to. Can I? Oh, not yet. Okay, I won't touch it.
That was a really cool ventriloquist act, though. That was impressive.
All right. Okay, good morning. Hi, my name is Viva Mogi, and I had actually started my journey here at Long Beach Unified as asking to kind of hear out what the board has been doing, which was the board was actually also embarking on a community visioning process, and how can we enhance that process by, putting dedicated staff to really think through and engaging the community. And so before Dr. Baker had kind of dive into the strategic plan, the goal was to actually have a community visioning and a vision process to be established in order for her and her team to be able to go ahead and move forward with the strategic plan. So it started out with a needs finding, just kind of going to walk through a journey of how it all started. We had over 70 people go through a needs finding. This included you as board members as well, to hear what are your big hopes and desires, and what do you think should change, and what are things that you want to let go, or what do you hope for? These kind of things helped guide us to really start out and asking the right questions of what we want to ask in our launch, which we called our student summit. Before we went into the student summit, it was a board meeting, a mini workshop as we embark on this different journey around community engagement and design thinking and equity design, where we bring in the stakeholders into the room with decision makers as well, and kind of solve problems as we go. And so you also went through a similar process where we called a mini board session. From there was our big kickoff. If the first person we wanted to engage is our students, and so we engaged over 750 students and been able to go through this journey with them, and also went to Avalon and asked them, first, what are some things that they currently enjoy about school and learning, and what are things that do they feel like, but is that really helping them feel prepared? And we got to hear directly from students how they felt, if they felt prepared to go into the world after they graduate from Long Beach Unified, and what do they not feel prepared for, and what do they feel prepared for. And then from there, really asking them questions about who would you want to become, and also lastly, of course, thinking through about the adults in not just their system, but a specific question we asked students were, what do you, think about an incident or think about a moment in your life where an adult made a positive impact for you, and what was that experience like, and who was that person, what was that type of person. And we received over 500 different testimonies and entries, and some students even video recorded themselves and shared all their thoughts of what they, what was really impactful for them when they met for that adult, and what changed who they are today. And so from there, we were able to gather so many of their thoughts and began our journey, what we call equity design, and had a guiding coalition. The guiding coalition, just for everyone to know, it happened on a Friday night after a long week, and on Saturdays we invited board members, staff, family members, students, community members, community leaders, teachers, and everyone in our Long Beach system. And they were actually we were very selective on how we also decided who would become this guiding coalition of 100 members. How do we begin to even think about 100 people that represents 65,000 children and their parents and the teachers, the 10,000 employees? Like, how can we kind of condense that into 100 people? And we were able to bring an extremely diverse group of people that will represent their kind of stakeholder groups and come in and really think through their lens of how can we create a vision for the district that will not just support themselves and their career or their children, but also for other children as well. And not surprisingly, but if folks didn't know, oftentimes the students, they were at the same table as adults, and they were able to share a lot of their opinions and really share, like, if we're talking about equity, what do they feel is equitable? And problem solving. Well, what would it feel like in a classroom if there were equitable treatments happening? And they were able to answer all those questions together. And also we were provided an opportunity to hear from other districts, and also have the opportunity to engage with also the students to lead a student panel so we could hear from them directly as well. So throughout the process, as I mentioned, additionally around hearing from other districts, we went on a learning journey. This is part of design, is that we may not know how to solve the problem just within the school district, but there are other people out there that are also trying to solve the same problem. How can we create a much more joyful experience for students where students are thriving and it is equitable? And so we went to Portland Unified School District to actually hear from them of how they're really addressing equity in their school district. We also had a lot of Zoom. This was the time, that's how long it's been, the time when things around Zoom and engagements in that way was happening. And so we were able to engage with a lot of different school districts as well, doing innovative work. And hear from them, how are they addressing some of the big issues that they see in their school district. So throughout the process, as I mentioned, every single time we had a Guiding Coalition meeting, we also had a community engagement session. So we would go back. So we did gather information from 100 people, but we wanted to make sure we're not excluding any other thoughts, we're not excluding any other voices, and so we would go out. So as you saw in the video earlier, there were 100,000 different data points, meaning that we did engage with so many people and they get their thoughts. Some of their thoughts were as big as sharing their whole journey of what it's been like at Long Beach Unified to here. I really love that we're going to focus on this adult portrait or graduate portrait. And so we were able to go ahead and do that. And so engagement sessions continue to happen every single time we engaged with the smaller group. We would go back out and ask them, are we on the right track? And so throughout the year, we were able to go ahead and do various engagement sessions throughout. And then finally, the last of the engagement session was we would be able to showcase all the different results that came out of them. And so the results that came from all this, I'll be able to dive into it a little bit more. But this whole timeline was over about a year-long process where we would continue to engage our small group and then go back out to the larger group. And then I think before we go, okay, I'm not going to touch the video again. Yes, oh yes, can you please, okay, thank you.
The way that we are focusing towards the future is allowing us to connect the things that we are currently working on towards who our students will become and who we want our community to become.
We are participating in strategic planning, and it is exciting to think about 2035 and our incoming kinders and where we want them to be when they leave Long Beach Unified School District.
So the Guiding Coalition is this fantastic group, and they come from all around the city. So students, family members, staff. You know, it's important to think about the current state and the things that you want to let go of, but also really think about what do we want to be true and what do we have in the system already that we might grow towards that future.
The process that we're going through takes us through the opportunity not just to live in the current work that we're doing, but to really think boldly and differently about what the future could be for our students.
A lot of what's happening now really is going to lay the groundwork for the 2035 class. Things that I see that our students are struggling with now and the things that are missing. And if we close those loopholes, then 2035 students will be good.
It's important to have students in the room because ultimately when it comes down to it, the students are our customer. Like, education is the product that is being provided, but we need customer feedback. And having student feedback is what we need because they have a unique perspective. They are experiencing the system that we have right now and they have their own opinions on how it wants to be changed, so we can have a more competitive education system for the future in our ever-changing environment.
One of the thoughts that I appreciate is not just thinking about what we want for our students, but what we want for our educators who are working in our system and the changes that our systems need to make to adapt and to make these dreams a reality.
So this process for me is actually really invigorating. It feels very authentic because we talk a lot about mining and amplifying the cultural and linguistic assets of our communities and our students that come into the classroom. But what's unique about this process is we're actually going to be going out into the community and bringing the voice into the system. And it's going to be listening deeply and thoughtfully before we begin to put together what a revisioning of education for the community we actually serve, not the community we think we serve, tells us.
We are looking at what's possible for the future. We're looking at what we've done in the past and how we can change and do better in the future. And it's really a different way of thinking about things and just considering possibilities.
I just think that it's really cool how this is all being put together.
It feels really good getting to know that the people going to the school that I go to and all the schools in the district will have maybe a better experience than people in the past have had because of what we're doing right now.
So as the last slide comes up, and before I transition over to Dr. Baker, is the results of this, and as you see in front of you, and I know it's small writing, but hopefully you also have your vision book in front of you, is that the results of this came from all the Guiding Coalition and community engagement. We came with a vision, and the board has approved the vision as well, is that we have 4 elements to it. One is our core values. They are not brand new core values, but they are core values that have been reimagined with the visioning process. And so you'll see some similarities from our original core values. And also, it also came out with 3 elements: a system portrait, an adult portrait, and a graduate portrait. The center of the portrait is our students, our graduates, and they also have elements and what we call different skills, mindset, and dispositions that we hope for our students to have. And then what came out of all this is that we actually don't believe that the students can fully achieve that without also similar caring adults that have similar mindsets, dispositions, and skill sets to be able to support that graduate. And finally, that we also don't believe that the adult portrait and graduate portrait can be achieved unless we go through and have a system portrait that aligns with the graduate and adult portrait. So this effort is also just not only just having us to focus in on what we hope for our students, but also the employees that work here and all the teachers, not just teachers, but employees that work at Long Beach Unified. We hope for every adult to have similar mindsets and dispositions and thinking about our children at the center. And lastly, a system that supports both adult and graduate. And so a lot of the words that you see in here have been from those thoughts that you saw, and students and adults that really drafted, as you saw in the video, there were people circling and editing and rewriting a lot of the language to really make sure that it not only just fits our community, but our community as a whole, so that we hope that this kind of process is something that has been able to bring our communities together. And we have learned a lot through this process as well, as Dr. Baker will continue on and be able to share. But I think the most important thing that we learned is that engagement and all these thoughts and all these data points now, even within the 2 years, the advancement of AI can really help us even still collect that. So we don't find this kind of engagement process to be just through the visioning process, but also how we can also achieve our strategic plan. And so With that, I will pass it back to Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I do want to pause, though, before we go on to the next part of this, just to any reflections on the experience of the Guiding Coalition or of the stages of getting to vision, or even your own thinking about the vision, the 4 components of the vision that you want to just reflect upon before we move on to the strategic plan.
I know that I know that besides the Portland trip, there were opportunities to go to, or not go to, but to Zoom meet with Vista, Butler Tech, and they're the School of Entrepreneurship with Fresno. Did you get any particular things from those places that you could share? Like say, oh, they did this, that was great, or
Sure. So there were, and I'll invite anyone who wants to come up and speak to their experience. So in addition to the Portland in-person visit, you're right, there were a number of virtual learning journey visits that took place as a means of gathering insight and seeing how other organizations operationalize their work. So,
and I know that Prospect also did Santa Clara, and what specific things did you get from these different places that became part of your conversations?
So I can kind of touch upon the Portland Unified visit. Is they did start an equity office, a Black Excellence office as well. And so they were in the phase of just starting out in implementation. And so they were actually building a charter, and they were explaining to us that even their charter was through community engagement and to bring upon the community along the way. And so when they do start a lot of initiatives, they did highly emphasize on their kind of at the core, they have to have strong partnerships. And so they also had other community groups that they worked really closely with to help advance some of the works. And even as detailed as going out, there's been some displacements in Portland neighborhoods, and they didn't kind of like limit themselves because the students will still come back into the community to receive services. So how can we make sure that we're including all students that were displaced but were able to come back into the community? And so we were able to learn a lot of key factors around what it really meant around partnership and to build relationships as well. I know there were others that attended the.
Well, thank you. And for some of the other visits, like Vista and the Entrepreneurship School, I believe that was in Fresno, as you indicated, the way that they brought student voice into the actual design of curriculum, where student agency was actually on the forefront around choice and voice, and the community problems that were real. So they weren't just identifying something in the news that was of interest to them, but they actually interviewed the community and found real need in the community that then guided how the curriculum rolled out. But in addition to that, a lot of the learning journeys, there was one website where we linked to things that were international, right? So around how do people, for example, in Finland use space to encourage creativity and belonging. And so we would go on international learning journeys through video to learn how to think differently, even about if we're reimagining what it could look like, how have others even begun to look at physical space in order to elicit academic learning? And so just very briefly, things like that.
Also recall a futurist panel in one of the Guiding Coalition, actually the first Guiding Coalition, that involved zooming in a group of futurists who work in the field of, not just education, but thinking about what could be different in the future, and students got to participate in that as well. And so, Doug, to your question, I also would add, at a macro level, I think that there were some specific aspects of involving our strategies, but also really just thinking about what is possible and not living in what we have lived in our own school system, but really opening our minds and our hearts to what could be different in a more open-ended way.
And I'll just add one last thing, is that you'll see throughout the slides of how we're even doing our strategic plan. I think a lot of people wondered, this vision's great, but how can we make this into a reality? And so there was governance structures and other things that other districts have already started, and they shared with us, these things really worked for us, but it didn't. Even encouraging us that we're going to make a lot of mistakes, not mistakes, but we're going to learn a lot throughout the journey, even after the vision is done. And we're going to have to keep testing and testing. And so that is a practice that we all kind of adopted with each other as a team. And throughout this rest of the conversation, you'll hear how much we've even pivoted even the last year around our work. And that was strongly advised from the Santa Clara side and Portland and other districts that are trying new things for their district.
Yeah, thanks for getting us going, Doug. For me, I feel a very strong connection to the vision and the visioning process aspect of this. We spent a lot of time through our shared governance conversation talking about our role as school board members and affirming that as a school system, the only reason we exist is to improve student outcomes. And that's the purpose of our system. And as board members, our conversations were rooted in our roles as school board members are to uphold and represent our community's vision and values around student success. And so to me, it was important, not just symbolically, but in terms of moving forward, that we actually, I just confirmed with Dr. Baker, we took a vote on the vision that this strategic plan is anchored in, so that when we look back, it's not as though things all of a sudden started with the strategic plan. It's not as though things all of a sudden started with our community visioning. It's not as though things all of a sudden started with our adoption of board goals and guardrails. There were many things that we were building on and many things that we pivoted on. We're coming up, Dr. Brown, on the 5th year anniversary of our inclusion resolution. I've been thinking about that. We're on our 2nd year of our equity policy. So to me, things like the inclusion resolution, things like our equity policy that we voted on as a board, that in many ways upheld our commitment to community engagement, because that equity policy was a product of a multi-stakeholder process, right? That took almost a year, Dr. Brown, that this board voted on, that provides one of the pathways to achieve this vision, right? So the connection to me is both personal, I should say both. It's personal, it's visceral, it's intellectual, but it anchors our role as school board members and ensuring that we achieve this vision through our respective districts, but as a collective board, right? And it comes down to our 3 roles that we've talked about, right? The budget, what resources we need to be allocated to achieve this vision, informed by, of course, our staff and executive team, ensuring that the superintendent has what our superintendent needs to achieve this vision based on your recommendations, but also our collaborative working partnership with you, and in some sense holding ourselves accountable to the measures that we're using, and then by policy. So that's why illustratively, I wanted to use the policies that we vote on are not in the abstract here. They do provide the pathways that are necessary to achieve this vision, right? So the policies that we have coming before us, whether it's tomorrow, right? Whether it's policies that we voted on the last few months, whether it's policies related to and/or budgets in consideration to what our student outcomes focused governance monitoring calendar provides. Those are not in the abstract. Those are not one-offs. Those are not 1 month at a time. And to me, this connection to the vision illustrates that. So thanks for the recap, Ms. Mogi.
Okay, any other reflections before I keep going? Which was a wonderful lead-in, Dr. Benitez, thank you. So the next slide in your packet, and so you asked the question, like, what does this have to do with the superintendent? How does vision come in? And The first thing that comes to mind, first of all, I'll explain what is illustrated here in the slide, but I think about owning the brutal facts of the past and designing for different outcomes. And what does that is what a strategic plan should represent. It's a plan that is represents our focus, that makes public that focus, makes public our attempt at coherence, and so that there are not just projects and practices, but actually we're building towards coherence. A strategic plan represents our effort to be a learning organization and to continually think about what our data is showing us, what we're learning from the beautiful work of people that you're going to meet today and others out doing the work across the district. And it is our plan for how we will attain the portraits through the conditions of the core values, which is super important. So this graphic here that is before you, represented with some of the quotes at the top around vision, also an excerpt from the Excellence and Equity Policy, but it is my work and the work of this team who is in the room today and those who are out with our students and others today to bring together these three bodies of work, which are what we know about organizational excellence, that includes systems and purpose, that includes ideal behaviors that lead to ideal results. It is thinking similarly about the student outcome focused governance, where there are inputs and outputs that change outcomes, and then how to bring together all of that with the portraits, with the conditions of our core values. So what does a strategic plan represent? It represents a roadmap, a pathway to achieve and to actualize what the community has harvested in terms of their interest in graduates, adults, and a system, and what the board has embraced, and also then set its goals around achieving. And so there's a tremendous complexity to bringing all of these things together, but that is what a strategic plan represents for us. And so a little bit of looking back to last summer, we had the task of starting to think about taking from a vision, and actually it started before the vision was completely approved. We started to acclimate ourselves to what we want to think about going from vision to strategic plan. This work, fortunately, was supported by Prospect Studio, who early on in the process laid out a roadmap with us, much of what you heard Viva describe. But there was a point in time in the spring where we were overlapping, getting ready for strategic planning based on the emerging vision, even before it was in its final form. To do that, there were several steps that we took. So you may recall last year, prior to the adoption of this vision, we had done some really deep work around the district priorities, bringing forward an acknowledgement in the Excellence and Equity Policy about the brutal facts of our students' past achievement, prioritizing a set of 7 mission-critical priorities that involved centering Black students in our work because they had been most historically marginalized in our district, thinking about outcomes for students with disabilities and English learners. And those mission-critical priorities then were informed by the Guiding Coalition and all of the activity that took place around vision. And I want to amplify something that Viva said, which is having students sitting next to adults and really thinking about their voice. And you heard, I think it was Jackson who said, we are the customers of this district. And our young people really brought voice to this, to the vision, and have continued to engage with us around the strategies that you're going to hear. So from that period of time with priorities and strategies, one of the ways that we bridged between the vision and the strategic plan was to engage in something that Prospect did with us, which is using an equity index around strategy. So when you think of what you're going to hear today, these were not just ideas that were brainstormed. They actually started through the Guiding Coalition, through the work coming out of the community vision, which brought forward a set of draft strategies. And then each of those strategies was looked at from an equity perspective, and not just someone's personal idea of equity, but an index that really centered the needs of students and in particular our Black students, our students with disabilities, and our English learners. Each strategy group that you're going to hear from today got into an analysis of the strategy, and then we looked at across strategies in a way that reflects not just a personal or it's one strategy group, but an index that guided us in what you're going to hear about today, which got us to a final set of 9 strategies, and you're going to have the benefit of hearing about each of those strategies today. I will call your attention, there are a set of themes that emerged that you have a one-pager representative of. It's a handout that looks like this, and actually this version of it that is in front of you is hot off the press. Even in your slides that were delivered, the touch-up to those images was not complete. But you're going to hear about all 9 strategies in these 4 areas. And I'll just pause here. The first theme is high quality learning for students at the center. You'll hear the strategy of equitable access to high quality learning experiences. And while it's one strategy, it is at the heart of everything we do. Just like we think about student outcome focused governance, students are at the center. Monitoring student improvement is at the center of that. The second theme at the top, equitable and liberatory district, you'll hear the team talk about dismantling systems of oppression by eliminating barriers to equitable access and outcomes, the elevating and centering of Black students and their families, the development of a diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve and improves our system's cultural dexterity and inclusiveness. And then looking to the left, the theme of partnering with community, a strong transition for our district, and back to where I started. Our liberation is bound up in one another, and so we have learned a lot about how to approach community engagement and how to work side by side with community members as partners. So you'll hear about the plan to socialize the vision and strategic plan and developing a system-wide practice of community engagement. And then to the right, the 4th theme, cultivating transformative change. 3 strategies within this context with establish a system-wide project management culture, strengthen the sustainability and climate resilience of our school district, and then develop a coherent system-wide culture and structure of adult learning. So these 4 themes are driving the strategies and have emerged as the 4 themes that will drive forward in the strategic plan. So good to keep this in mind as you start to acclimate to the individual strategies and kind of go back to this diagram as to the themes that are there in the strategic plan. And so to the best part of our conversation today, you are going to have the benefit of hearing from leaders within each of the strategy groups. They are here to share their work, incredible work to be leaders of each strategy. Thank you. And very important for us to welcome leaders into this space. In the past, there have been times when we have represented the work of other leaders. And so today I'm pleased to be turning over first to Jack around Strategy 1, and then you will hear from others who are closest to the work and are here to both interact with you, engage with you, and also represent what is closest to their work. Each person that comes up will be talking about their strategy, which is plan of action, designed to achieve an overall aim, and then they'll talk about the goals, which are the outcomes of that strategy, and then they'll talk about leading indicators. And I will say that as we go about our work, we will continue to learn and make adjustments, and to learn and to make adjustments. And so while you're going to hear what is current right now, I also want just to reflect that this is a learning process for all of us. And so while we talk about a 5-year strategic plan, we're not talking about something that doesn't change. As we learn and grow, so will aspects of the monitoring and the goals based on what you hear today. So this is not something that is static in nature. This is a learning and growing document. And so it's with pleasure that I get to introduce Jack Kalanik, our Chief Technology Officer, to talk about Strategy 1.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Baker. Good morning, President Craighead, members of the board. My name is Jack Kalanik. I am co-leading Strategy number 1 alongside with Veronica Madrigal. And our executive sponsors are Yumi Takahashi and Brian Moskowitz. Strategy number 1 is to establish a project management culture and practice that we can leverage to consistently deliver the results for the strategic plan initiatives. And there are you'll see there are many initiatives embedded within the strategic plan itself. If we're successful at this work, the other strategic plan leads that you will hear from today and their critical partners will have the knowledge and the tools that they need to plan and effectively execute their work. And they will feel well supported in that process. Also, if we're successful in this work, our executive sponsors, you all as the board, and the community we serve will experience transparency and accountability in the strategic plan outcomes. So we really have two goals that I'd like to highlight. First is to establish a project management practice and tools that we use to carry out the broader strategic plan work. I like to think of this as our internal project management system that we all use, and you may not see so much. This is kind of behind the scenes. The second goal is to establish a culture of regular performance monitoring and reporting. This goal would potentially include data dashboards and other external reporting capabilities. That's where you might start to see, and the public will begin to see, our work. Our team's performance will be measured in terms of the usability and the adoption of our tools by the other strategic plan teams. We are currently gathering requirements for evaluating commercial software tools for both project management and for the public-facing data dashboards. And as we identify and implement those tools over time, our performance measures may shift a little bit more towards training opportunities, overall adoption of the system, and then of course the overall performance of the project portfolio itself. And with that, I would like to call up strategy number 2. I believe it will be Viva and Elvia.
Dr. Baker, should we save questions till we get through all the strategies, or can we? Thank you, Jack. So one might presume, if we interpret goal 1 and goal 2 literally as they're written, that previous to these goals, we didn't have project management framework or tools in place as a district, and or we didn't have the ability to monitor progress toward goals. Can you talk a little bit more about what's new and or different, or if that presumption is actually correct, that we didn't have these things in place? Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Sure. And please, you have to understand my perspective. I'm relatively new to the organization, so I can't speak too much to history, but I know others in the room can.
But that's why I'm asking you, Jack, because you got a fresh set of eyes.
But I think of it like this: we're a system of educators, right? And within this plan, you will see many initiatives that begin to evolve. And the point is, do we have a framework? Do we have tools to really keep track of all those initiatives and help them be successful in accomplishing each individual goal or objective? And so this is about establishing a framework that we can all use just to increase the probability for success over time so that we can continue to deliver results and have confidence in our ability to do this. So this is really about building a competency of project management. I think you see that in certain areas of our organization today. I'll point to Alan in the construction project management team. That's a group that knows project management very well, right? We can learn some things from that group, and we can share that knowledge across the broader team here, the strategic team leads, and increase our overall performance and likelihood for success on the other initiatives.
And just to piggyback on that, that was the first thing that I thought about, right? When I heard about just the project management component of it, right? And so I understand that that is not something that all industries usually train for. And so I was excited when I heard you bring up the additional training that's going to go around using these program management tools. Have you guys already spoke to what that looks like, or I'm just curious?
Right now we're just evaluating, well, we're doing a couple things. So the team is deep in its research, actually. So we're going through several books, learning about project management. We actually hired a new team member who is certified in project management. She's now part of our team, and we're developing, some lesson plans, if you will, the strategic team here. And as well, we're in the marketplace for There are tools, right? There are software tools, there are commercial products that we can use to really help us organize, plan, because planning is a really critical part of this work, making sure that we plan out the initiatives, making sure that we can monitor performance over time, and again, just see how we're doing overall towards success. Any other questions?
Jill, do you want to speak a little bit more to the what we're building on, what wasn't in place, what's new?
I think that, and just this is building on what Jack said, and not knowing all the past, I think this is around consistency and transparency. And so it's not that there weren't tools that were being used. They were being used by departments and not necessarily able to help each other or talk to each other. And so by building what Jack is talking about, it lends itself to collaborative conversations and to what we call collective efficacy, which is not that one department can take off and monitor everything and another is left thinking, how do I do this? But in a project management culture with this common set of tools, we can be more consistent and we can also be more transparent with our community as to what we're up to and not have a community that's trying to look at this, and try to pull it all together. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. Elvia and Viva?
I think you have one more question.
Well,
I'm sorry.
It's actually a general question for the whole process, and that is, periodically, I hear the word coherence. I have a sense of what that is, but I'd really like to hear what you guys think it is and how it pulls things together.
Anybody else want to join in the conversation? I mean, I can kick it off, Doug. It's a great question. Coherence is, in its simplest form, it is thinking about a team who does work that aims to achieve something in common and works together. And I imagine like all arrows pointing in the same direction rather than a randomness, a focus as part of it, which then leads to learning around a focus area and monitoring together that is around coherence rather than projects and practices where everybody's off doing something, but it doesn't result in the outcomes that you're aiming to do. And I'll welcome anybody else that wants to join in that.
I would just build in. We, several years ago, many of us in the room here were reading and learned from Michael Fullen. Michael Fullen is a researcher who's done a lot of work around coherence, specifically coherence in school systems. And so some of what Dr. Baker talked about, it's the shared accountability, both internal and external, shared goals, shared learning. And so many of us as principals implemented this idea of coherence within our schools. What does that mean to have a shared vision, go through kind of a PDSA, Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle, have that accountability with one another and ensure that all of our actions are aligned to those goals. So that's what I would add to it.
I haven't heard PDSA in a while, Brian.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Hi again. I'm here and joined by Elvia Cano, who is my co-leads for Strategy 2, Socialize the Vision and Strategic Plan. We are fun too, but socializing is not just fun. We are group really thinking through deeply of how when our employees and our students, when they hear Vision 2035, do they feel a connection to it? And so that's kind of our center question that we have. But before we go in, just to share is that this has been sponsored by Dr. Baker. So she is our sponsor for this work. We have very important critical partners with Chris Itzen, David Zay, Jay Camarino, Ed Samuels, and Susan Ginder. It's a very diverse group because we know that we have a very large stakeholder group. And so we know that we will also be successful in this when our students and our families and others are actually using and understanding the Vision 2035. And so how we plan to get there is that we've decided that it's really through the community visioning process that the stories that we heard really impacted our community vision. And so that should be center of our work. And so we are trying to start a storytelling framework. And in order to do that, we are creating 4 different influencer groups that we're trying to, students, family, teachers, and staff to really understand what is the best way to hear the message from us. And so it is differentiating how we engage. And then hopefully, if we are also successful, is that every adult working in the district will really feel a connection to the vision, especially the adult portrait, and really understand that they feel connected to it, and how can their work, regardless of their role, feel connected to the vision as well. The last group is the first two goals is actually very much centered internally for our staff. We really want all of our students and our staff to feel like they are thriving at Long Beach Unified, but we know that this cannot happen without our community partners. And so the goal is also to establish a kitchen cabinet of folks who have similar alignment to our vision as well, and to working together to build stronger partnership. This actually will require our other critical partner, Lucy Salazar, who is leading the engagement work, to be able to really spearhead a lot of this work moving forward. But the first two is what we've been focusing on right now. And a lot of the times when you think that what will you see, things that you are currently probably seeing is in our board during the videos that come up, the vision in action, we are really trying to highlight a lot of people in our system that are already exemplifying the vision as well. The other one is if you're ever on our social media and you see some of the definitions that come up, they're a little bit different from what you might have read in our visioning book. Student interns have been rewriting some of the core values and also the statements that come out to make sure that their peers can feel like they're connected to it. And so they actually help to rewrite some of that work to be able to engage. And so that's part of our differentiating as well. Thank you.
Short and sweet.
I wasn't sure if both of you
sorry,
were going to
oh no. She's here for my support today.
Oh, okay. Well,
Right here, just in case.
let
But you
me,
could ask her anything.
so I'm gonna speak sort of in a historical context here. So at some point, it might have been around 6 years ago when my daughter started school, there was something called, I may get this wrong, Joe, the Superintendent Parent Forum, where each school had, I don't even remember what the process was, a couple of parents that would on an ongoing basis meet with, interact with, engage with the superintendent. We have, I would say, a broad range of opportunities for parents, caregivers, community members to engage at the school site level. And then we also have opportunities and spaces for our communities, including students, notwithstanding that there's a student component. Dr. Baker, you meet on an ongoing basis with, I forget the name of the entity, but with Student Advisory Committee. I find it, through no fault of an individual department or an individual, kind of hard and cumbersome to figure out what meetings are going on when, whether it's DLAC or CAC or Sankofa, for interaction, Parent University, right? So we get texts and emails, and then I have to look over here for flyers. Is there a way to think through, and maybe it cuts across all three of these goals, Jack talked about a potential dashboard, a dashboard of types, where if I'm a parent and or a community member, there's a level of engagement at the school site, but then there are also these, DLAC, these sort of broader spaces to sort of figure out how do I navigate the complexity of the engagement piece of this? How do I know, okay, this is the meeting I got to go to for these kinds of things. These are the school site specific meetings that I got to go, because I think, quite frankly, as a parent, there's an overwhelming amount of information that we get, text messages, emails, school site websites. And so I'm wondering what our thinking is in relation to the, not just technical aspects of the community engagement piece, but the efficacy that we want to think through this cohesion.
I was going to say the short answer is yes. And I think, are you going to include that in your strategy, or do you want to address Dr. Benitez's question?
I'm prepared to include it in my strategy, but I can take If you want, I can take the mic and answer it now, but it is part of what I'll be sharing.
No, and I was speaking in terms of that, kind of the touch points that we were covering
Yes,
right now.
as we, and I'll just go back to strategy one, we think about project management culture. An aspect of our vision for the strategic plan is creating public-facing tools. It doesn't all happen at once, but creating public-facing tools, including things around parent engagement and community engagement. So that's the short answer, and let's kind of keep coming back to it perhaps as we go about the presentation.
All right, we'll move on to strategy 3.
Good morning. And so I have the pleasure of facilitating the implementation of Strategy 3, which focuses on dismantling systems of oppression by eliminating barriers to equitable access and outcomes. And I have the fortune of working with David Zaid and Dr. Tiffany Brown as my sponsors in this effort. And it's really, when we think about what it's going to look like when it's actualized, when the strategy is actually implemented, it's going to appear in the way that we partner with our community, our parents, our students, our caregivers, our staff, and the broader city to systematically dismantle the systems and the structures and reconstruct them, not just leave them disconnected, into things that are more inclusive and liberatory and create the outcomes that we're aspiring to as an organization, as an anti-racist, inclusive organization. And to get closer to that, we've anchored our work in 3 goals, recognizing that it's the people that make up the system. And so the system isn't a machine, it's humans making decisions. And so our first goal focuses on building the capacity of every single adult in Long Beach Unified in their function as an equity-focused change agent, which is one of our adult portrait elements. And within that adult portrait, there's explicit language around developing our liberatory consciousness so that we can begin to engage within our reach and just a little out of our reach in dismantling those systems that we not only reinforce, but maybe even build. And part of what we want to do is build some shared learning around that, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. Our second goal is about implementing liberatory design processes that come out of Stanford University and the National Equity Project. So they're anchored in deep research and historical ways of being that have actually created outcomes in order to systematically identify, assess, and dismantle or deconstruct district practices, policies, and processes that are perpetuating oppression and replace them with ones that are more inclusive and restorative. And finally, as we engage in this learning, both individually and collectively, it will help us with our third goal, which is developing, researching, recommending, and then developing an equity framework that includes tools and practices to support our ongoing improvement, because eventually others are going to inherit the systems that we build, and we want to make sure that they have the mechanisms to sustain the practice. Right now, we're beginning with very clear, because this is a pretty lofty goal, and it aligns to equitable systems focused on excellence for all and a culture of equity-centered innovation and creativity. And so initially what we're doing right now to measure our progress is we're looking at how many people are we reaching with this training, because we've actually begun to implement it with district leaders, and what is the feedback that they're giving us on the impact that it's having not only on their thinking, but how are they operationalizing it, and then what feedback do they have for us before we begin to scale it. And then also very concretely begin to think about how many practices, policies, processes are actually shifting as a result of this work. And so I look forward to sharing a little bit more about liberatory consciousness later, but I see that there's a question. Was that you, Mr. Miller? Did you have a question?
You've already touched on it. I know that you're going to go into it a little bit further, but I know that there's been a number of conversations centered around liberatory design and practices, and so helping the community have a more practical understanding of what that means, I think, would be helpful, but I know you're going to talk about it a little later. Yeah.
Later, but the good news is that we're not making it up, that there's a beautiful long history of it, both in Latin American and Black cultures. Actually goes back centuries, the idea of liberation and how do you actually begin to mobilize together in order to create change. It's anchored in that work.
Yes.
Since I know you're coming back, Nader, I'm in the spirit of the loftiness with which you've characterized the goal, and you and I have had this conversation. So one of the fundamental premises of liberatory education is that reflection is not enough. We could take deep dives and reflect all day every day about
That's right.
the systematic inequities in our system. A big piece of it, necessary piece of it, is the action that comes from that reflection, right? What Freire would call praxis. So when you come back to us for the deeper dive, it's kind of similar to the kind of community engagement piece, right? Whatever version of a tool or tools or dashboards you all are either developed or in the process of developing. I think it's important as a board member to distinguish and focus our efforts, if we're going to stay true and authentic to the student outcomes piece of this, in differentiating practices, administrative regulations, from policies that we can actually shape, direct, have impact on, and their relation to budget. So for instance, again, for deeper dive, Nader, we have an oppressive college admission structure. A through G, by any measure of the word, excludes certain students from certain subgroups in certain geographies and provides huge advantages to other students from certain geographies, from certain subgroups. A through G is a policy, a statewide policy that we have to adhere to. And so because it's a statewide admissions policy to the CSU and UC, we end up aligning our efforts around A through G completion, knowing full well that this is an oppressive, inequitable systems of admission, right? California Master Plan says X% of students will be eligible to get admissions into public universities in California. So again, my deeper dive here is how do we reconcile? We know that some of the standardized testing is still culturally biased, but yet we have to align and adhere to it. The policy piece to the practice piece. So again, for a deeper dive, I mean, I'm thinking about language access stuff. I'm thinking about accessibility, right? Our all means all mantra, right? That there are structures in place that may be presumed to be our own internal district structures, when in fact we have to align with, adhere to other broader, whether it's county, federal, state level things that inhibit our ability to truly dismantle. So I'd like to kind of, again, through the nuances. Yeah, Nader, yeah.
What you just said. So you are correct. We in this room are not legislators, and we do not work on the CSU or UC Regents Board in order to change those requirements. However, we did start years ago when I first came to the district, what has eventually was called the Academic and Career Success Initiative. And in that was an opportunity to practice this mindset, which was taking action to learn, so that we are not stuck in analysis paralysis, but can move to practice, but do so thoughtfully, recognizing that we're products of the system we're trying to change. So there's oftentimes a rush to skip the reflection, but the part that I believe Freire talks about, and actually has been reinforced with Mesereau and other researchers who built on his work, is that you don't stop at reflection, but then you engage in critical discourse. And that discourse has to happen in the context of those who have a stake in how the decision is created, so that there is perspective transformation and then eventual sustained change in practice. We as a district began very early on thinking about, okay, well, if this is going to be a barrier to college admission, what do we do for our community that may or may not have, right, the funding to go to the East Coast or the transportation to go to Los Angeles? I mean, getting to UCLA when I went to go visit took me an hour from Long Beach, not during rush hour, because it took a half hour once I turned into Westwood, Brentwood. I did not go to UCLA. It was like, I can't do this. If I'm going to be an hour, I want to be in Sacramento on a plane. And so, yeah, well, and there is nothing but love for you. I see it. But, since we're going to talk about it. But the thing that we did is we began to approximate what could it look for us locally to remove that barrier for our students. And from that eventually evolved the College Promise. That College Promise was so successful in Long Beach that it's now become the practice across the state. And so for our students that currently are still feeling limited by that option, we have guaranteed them 2 years with a path to the 4-year, right, should they abide by the Pathways program. And so I think that in the mindsets, you're absolutely right. There's also exercising creative courage. Tackling this, and maybe instead of saying the word lofty, I could say long overdue and aspirational. Maybe that's a better way to say it, because I think lofty maybe makes it feel unattainable, but I think it's our responsibility. So we may not have created the problem, and I think that oftentimes becomes an excuse for us not to face the problem, but we have a responsibility to do something about it because we've inherited that system and now we're positioned to do something about it. But in order to do that, we have to look at the lens that we're using to analyze what is or is not oppressive, and then within our scope, begin to demonstrate the success that can be replicated. But we'll get into it a little bit more later, but that's why I love these, because taking action to learn in safe to fail, small ways that do not create harm for entire communities is the way to start, because we are products of the system we're trying to change. So that's where I would start.
If I may, and
Please.
we're going to put a little pin in this conversation, because when we come back after lunch, we're going to be talking about the idea of a revised or first-time grading policy and the guidelines that go with that. And I think this is going to be a really great conversation to say, how do we take a theoretical idea of liberatory design and equitable policy and turn it into a practice that will actually benefit students and address some of the things you're talking about. So it'll be a good conversation this afternoon.
I want to publicly apologize. I know it's Nader. I don't know why I said Nader. Did I say Nader twice? It's. I apologize.
So he was in the discourse, the public discourse.
I know it's Nader, but I apologize now.
I thought you were calling me up into something greater, and I was like, I see that for myself too. Thank you.
Have I been saying Nader? I apologize now.
Thank you. It's all right. Thank you for that. And so I'd like to actually invite up Dr. Pamela Lovett, who is going to be sharing with you a little bit more about Strategy 4.
Good morning. So I'm Dr. Pam Lovett, and I am leading Strategy 4, which is focusing on elevating and centering our Black students and families. And my sponsors are Dr. Brown and Dr. Simon. And we know we will be successful when our Black students are thriving, not just academically, but socially, emotionally, and they're attaining the graduate portrait at an accelerated pace. We want our Black families to feel welcome and included, and so we know we need to learn more and engage in culturally relevant and sustaining practices. We also know that, and I'm going to use a big word that I've been studying, we need to make sure we recognize that targeted universalism is an approach that we could use to set high standards for all students, but we know we have to have different pathways to get there. And I'm just going to say quickly, I think of my mama, because when we were in school for math, right, some of us to get our work done needed a look. Some of us, she needed to go buy workbooks for. Some of us, she needed to set a timer, because we like to get up, move around, and do all those things. And some of us, she actually had to hire a tutor for math because we needed the extra support. So she wanted all of us to have high success, but we're all different, right? Kids are different. You all know you're not, and you have your kids and your grandkids, and they're different. You have to have different approaches to make sure that they're successful. So that's that big word that we're just saying. We know we want to have high expectations and success for all of our students across the district, but we're going to have to do things differently based on what kids need, okay? This strategy aligns to our work with creating an equitable system where we want excellence for all, not some. I'm going to say all again. And so with that, we have 3 strategies that we're focusing on. 1, we are going to be establishing and chartering a Center for Black Student Excellence. And we are going to, and Nader spoke to, engaging liberatory practices which are not new, right? They're integral to indigenous communities and Black communities where it's all about listening and working from the wisdom that's there. So we can't make decisions for the Black community. We need to work with the community to develop this center. Second, again, going back to our staff, our adults in our system, really having to learn about culturally responsive and sustaining practices, because we want to make sure everyone in our community feels included, our Black families feel included in this space at the district office, and also in all of our schools. And we also are focusing on using kind of an accelerated model of prototyping. So with liberatory design, you don't wait. So we've had some good things in place. We're continuing to do those things. We've got our Sankofa Parent Village, we've got our Sankofa Academy, things that we're refining, but also based on our research and our visit to Portland, and other learnings that we've had in research. We're trying some new things. So you will see some of our sites studying culturally relevant mathematical practices because our staff, our teachers want to know how they can do better by our students. Our high schoolers, our Black high schoolers, are engaging in a literary society. So our kids have, for the last few years, our Black kids have asked for extracurricular spaces that are meaningful, where they are learning about their history and their identity and their culture. So we are actually piloting a curriculum from Dr. Jarvis Givens from Harvard, and they're reading, it's called School Clothes, where they're really engaging in that work of learning about who they are through others. So they're learning about Mary McLeod Bethune. They're learning about a lot of folks in the standards that they haven't been able to go deep with, but they're making that connection, you know, about being a student. What's it like as a Black student to navigate spaces and be successful? So they're really engaging in that work. Our adults are also engaging in literary societies as well. So how are we monitoring this? So with the center, we've already started our engagement process. So we're going out across the district. We're making sure we have comprehensive outreach. So we're meeting at sites. We're going to have virtual options because we actually want our Black community to help us define what those integral components are. So we're talking to kids, we're talking to their parents, and they're being very clear about what they feel the center needs to have in order to make sure their kids are successful. We are going to, and when we say charter, it's really us saying what we're agreeing to, what the purpose of the center is going to be, what's going to be offered there. So in doing that, we're going to make sure we draft that. And again, this is not a one-hit wonder. We're going to make sure that we draft, check in, draft some more, check in, right? We got to make sure we get it right. So progressive drafts with that. And then lastly, again, with some of our literary societies, our students are, you commented, Dr. Benitez, about, you know, A through G being inequitable. So us really looking at our prototypes, really make sure that all of our kids are engaging in higher order pedagogical practices that you would see, right, in an AP class, making sure we're taking some of those practices outside of just class and looking at extracurricular spaces and how that learning can transfer into the school day. And I think that's it. I'm really excited about our literary societies. It's really great work. We actually have a meeting tonight. And I think our folks are excited about that too. So if you don't have any, let me see if you have any questions before I move on. He's nodding.
Actually, I have a question. Have you explored the idea of engaging with the Black community outside of Long Beach Unified? Over the years, I've seen different parents that come to our board meetings or heard from different community members. They don't necessarily have kids currently in our system, but they're very invested in the success of our Black students. And we have an African American cultural center that is run by extraordinary people that are so invested in the success of our Black students. So have we explored the idea of connecting with outside of the district entities in order to serve our Black students?
So we're actually starting at our sites that have the highest numbers of Black students, but we have engaged in some interviews and listening sessions at community events, and we have partnerships with our head librarian and the health equity officer of the city, who kind of gives us tips on some of the programs that they have in place, like at the laundromat, different places around the city where we know we can have outreach. And then also, we are also looking at work that's done well in other places. So it's not just our parents and families at our school sites. We're also trying to learn from surrounding districts, We have folks who actually come to some of our events who don't live in Long Beach, so we're hearing from them as well. So we're trying to make sure that we have a wide scope, really focusing on our families here, but also making sure we're learning from other places as well. And businesses, I didn't add businesses, Black businesses in Long Beach.
Thank you. So Pamela, you and I got a chance to check in a little bit about this at the BSAI symposium. So a pedagogical question. So oftentimes there's this narrative out there that Black kids, but kids of color, don't do well in math. When in fact, it's that we don't teach kids of color well. And not just math, in a lot of subjects. So there's a pedagogical piece to this, whether it's culturally sustaining, culturally affirming pedagogy, but there are also additional levels. So apart from, at the BSAI, there was an afternoon lunch workshop to educators that kind of highlighted, doesn't matter what you're teaching, what grade you're teaching, what subject matter you're teaching, a lot of these practices are applicable, right? Can you talk a little bit beyond the professional development piece, which is absolutely necessary, but it's insufficient, right? Other kinds of practices or opportunities that we're thinking through. I'm thinking of Principal Caverly making sure that in a U.S. history class, a Black student is not ever the only Black student in that class. That's not necessarily a pedagogical tool at that point. It's, a principal making sure we don't ever have Black students alone in classes, right? So can you talk about some of the other elements that certainly are informed by pedagogy, impact pedagogy, but don't necessarily need a half day or full day or multiple day professional development, because we all know biggest impact on students is in the classroom, right, with the teacher.
So I think, a big part of it, and I knew you're going to bring up the P word, pedagogy, right? I think a big part of it is actually those practices that we know support success for Black students, like promoting critical consciousness and making sure there's clear relationship to real world connections, seeing how this is relevant to my life. But I think we're also, what we're learning, and some of these things we know from some of the programs that we have in place already, that there are certain things that you can do to help promote success. So our kids are saying very clearly they like being clustered together. They like being clustered together in extracurricular spaces. So then all of what we're doing in those extracurricular spaces, we're thinking about what does this mean for bell to bell. So if they're successful and love learning and they're excited and they're seeing those clear connections to who they are and their communities outside of school, then that means we need to do some of those things. And clustering those students, making sure the kids are very clear they want mentoring. They want tutoring in math. They don't want rigid people, which is what they've told me. Rigid people, they want to learn multiple ways. So taking those things, yes, supporting our teachers and understanding that better, but also just some of the structural things that we need to make sure our kids are clustered, and then providing those clusters with support so they don't feel isolated and alone.
So I wanted to bring up one more P word.
Okay.
And that was partnership. I brought it up at the last board meeting, and I want to make sure that we reiterate. As great as the district does from a academic proficiency standpoint of helping our kids have all of the great tools to go on to four-year universities, I can't emphasize enough that though I do want to hold us to the highest standard possible, that we do not have to be the driving force. There are plenty of organizations in our city that are supporting our Black students that can act as a catalyst to our efforts. And I think about the Math Collaborative. Once again, that is a program that's helping 9th grade, 10th grade boys improve their mathematic capabilities. I think about a program like Success and Challenges, which is a cohort of all African American elementary students over the summer learning how to read and work on their reading for the full summer. It's an 8-week program. It's completely free. And I think about those collaborative opportunities, those partnerships that we can have as a district to help elevate our larger goals in supporting our Black students. And so as I hear about all of the great things that we're going to continue to do as a district, I can't help but think about the opportunities that are still available to us with partnerships with organizations like the African American Cultural Center and all of the other great African American led programs that are in support of a lot of our goals. So.
I didn't know, did you want me to respond to that or?
No, it was more rhetorical.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and hand it over to my colleagues on strategy. Is it 5? Who are gonna come up?
Good morning. I'm Angelica Gonzalez, and I'm joined this morning by my colleagues and hermanas, Dr. Wendy Poffenberger and Dr. Cecilia Santos Camarino. Together, we co-lead Strategy 5. Our sponsors for this strategy are Brian Moskovitz, Dr. Lund, and Dr. Camarino. Strategy 5, is it up? All right, is focused on equitable access to high-quality learning experiences, and aims to provide all students equitable access to high quality, flexible, and culturally responsive and sustaining instructional programs that are designed around student need, value student voice, and support students to achieve the graduate portrait. As you saw in the infographic earlier, this strategy lives in the center of the infographic. We have 3 goals within our strategies, 3 very large goals. Goal number 1, I printed it larger so I could read it. Reimagine and align LBUSD instructional programs and corresponding resources to the graduate portrait, ensuring all students, especially Black students, experience high quality instruction that is rigorous, inclusive, and culturally responsive and sustaining. And important to this work is connecting with Strategy 4, as you just heard from Dr. Lovett, connecting to their learning from their creative courage, as well as the existing collaboratives. Goal 2, in partnership with our industry partners, infuse real-world connection and application opportunities across the curriculum and instructional programs for all students pre-K through 12. Goal number 3, disrupt the inequalities that exist in our site programs, centering students in staffing decisions, class placements, designing pathways and programs, and creating flexible master schedules in pre-K through 12. This work is directly aligned with the system's portrait element around flexible, high-quality learning and real-world application. We have a few celebrations to share with you this morning. Over the last semester, in collaboration with various departments, including research, business, OCIPD, and the secondary schools office, we have done a deep dive into our college and career readiness data that you probably also saw on the dashboard. And we looked at it by pathway to ensure equitable access across our schools, and that'll be informing some changes. We're also excited to share that almost every LBUSD teacher attended Quality Core Professional Learning Session 1 in the fall. As a result of that professional learning, 94% of the teachers indicated that they plan to make changes to their teaching practice. We have now designed and launched a second session of QCI, Professional Learning, and we look forward to collecting implementation data as we visit classrooms through our Quality Core visits. So we'll open up for questions.
I do have a question. Can you explain what the flexible schedule will look like at the elementary level and at the high school level?
Do you want to speak to that?
So, good morning. Part of the deep dive into looking at our pathways and our master scheduling across our K-12 system or pre-K-12 system is looking at equitable experiences for our students. And so part of that analysis has been looking at where we see in our data where we have some gaps that we need to fill. And so I can speak to secondary, and then I'll hand it over to the OCIPD team to speak to elementary. So thinking about our secondary schools and flexibility is looking at, in particular, our pathway design in our choice process. So in looking at our pathways and our college and career ready indicator data is looking at where we have some gaps and some sequences that really maybe provide just some opportunity gaps for our students to have access to the things that we know they need to be college and career ready, like AP courses, dual enrollment, work-based learning opportunities, and ensuring that they have access and opportunities to meet A through G requirements. And when they struggle, where we've built that flexibility in their master schedule, and in their pathway sequences for students to be able to ensure that over the 4 years, they have the opportunity to still reach A through G. So that's some of the work that we're looking at, and some of the conversations we're having across our pathways to ensure that we have alignment, we have coherence across our pathways, and where we need to make some shifts, that we're doing that as a system and ensuring that all of our pathways, wherever our students land in the 37 pathways that we have across all our high schools, that they have access to those opportunities.
Does that mean that if a student is in a pathway that they decide, I don't know, their freshman year, their sophomore year, that it's not for them, does this flexible schedule include allowing them to shift gears and move into another pathway without, the process that right now they have to go through, and for the most part they're not allowed to make that change? So does that include the switching of pathways?
That particular input, actually, that was received by the community around looking at flexibility within our pathways is something that we are currently analyzing, and we're currently looking at engaging our stakeholders, both our own staff, but our students and our community, around the types of flexibility that can be built in to ensure that students continue to have access and have some flexibility around their pathway choices and around the sequences that they're required to take within those pathways.
And then how do you anticipate that the flexible schedule will impact specialized programs?
Specialized programs are part of looking at all of our pathways, including the specialized programs. It's also looking at where we have opportunity gaps as well. And so it's with the whole vision of all of our pathways, including specialized.
Right, but do you see any areas that you can anticipate will change for these specialized programs?
I wouldn't say right now at this point, in looking at our data, we're looking at specific things that would change for the specialized programs. When we look at our college and career indicator data, we see that the state has clearly outlined there's a lot of ways for students to meet college and career readiness. And so our specialized programs certainly meet in a lot of those areas. It's sort of looking at all of our pathways and ensuring that when our specialized programs, or any of the programs that we have, any of the pathways, that our students have access to meeting the college and career readiness standard that the state and we set for ourselves. And I can
thank you. And then if you can answer what this is going to look like at the elementary level.
Sure. So central to the work of Strategy 5 is co-creating a continuum of the graduate portrait. So what does it mean in kindergarten to address or to support students to achieve those elements listed in the graduate program all the way to senior year? And so until that continuum is drafted, we really won't know how that's going to change or inform the change needed in elementary, as in middle, as in high school. So I don't have an answer for you because we don't have that key document that's going to center our work.
Dr. Baker, what about you? It's creating a flexible master schedule for the elementary level. What do you think will change there?
Is different. There are a number of required instructional minutes, so it lends itself to a whole different body of work. I think less about the flexibility of the actual school day for elementary students, and more, as has been described, what happens within the context of a school day. It could inform grouping practices. It could inform specific subject area and the way specific subject area is taught, but less likely to be as programmatic as is being described in secondary schools because of some of the constraints with instructional minutes and what is required in the elementary years.
Thank you.
I think coming up next is Dr. Salazar. Yeah, that's okay.
Now it's me. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. And I'm glad to be here representing a group that is working around Strategy 6. And so I'm the lead for Strategy 6, and Dr. Brown sponsors our work. But in addition to myself and Dr. Brown, we have some critical partners that are joining us in this very important work. So I'd like to acknowledge them because I don't stand here alone. I stand here with their thought process as well. And so to Carmen Hernandez, to Sal Madrigal, to Lachelle Diggs, to Maria Harris, to Jose de la Mora, and Sarah Forrester, and George Sy. As you can tell, we are a group, a work group, a team that is across departments, both at the level office, but we have facilities involved, and we also have state and federal programs involved. So I just want to say thank you to them. And again, I'm here to talk about Strategy 6, and I have to borrow the slides here because I can't see that far. It's a system-wide practice of community engagement. And so as a result, once we'll know we have accomplished our task and our work, because we will be able to see this strategy cultivating a strong community within our organization internally, but also in the way in which we are engaging with our community externally. And that'll be as a result of having developed a community engagement framework. And so this will involve purposeful strategies centered on collaborating and gathering input from our community. That is really at the heart of it is how do we build and enhance our connections with our students, with our parents, and again, with our broader community. What's informing a lot of the development for this framework has been touched on this morning, and it's a lot of the lessons that we learned as a result of how we engaged with our community during the visioning process. And so we're taking those lessons learned, we're bringing it to the development of a community engagement framework, and we're really excited about this work because it's causing our interdepartmental team to really reflect, but beyond that, really move into action. And what are some things that we need to know before we can bring some broader samples of what this community engagement might look like. So in that context, this strategy is really tightly aligned to some system portrait elements, specifically open district, making sure that families, community, and our city collaboration is a partnership that works with our families, our, again, community, so that we can continue to build trust, that we can listen deeply, so that we can craft shared goals, and that we can, at the end, collaborate to attain the goals that we set out. Equally, a culture of inclusion, well-being, and affirmation, where we are intentionally developing, affirming, asset-based culture, so that every student, family member, staff member, community member feels a sense of welcome and belonging. And that really is at the heart of not only my own department, but really this strategy, that we are looking differently at how we do our work with others, and that we're not doing work to them, but that we're doing with others. And so it's been said earlier as well, this idea of prototyping. So let me read first the goals. So our goals in our strategy, we have 3 different goals. Really, at the end of the day, I think it's really 2 goals, because if we align goal 1 and 3, it really, they complement each other. And so in a revised version, yet to be, you might start to see us developing into 2 goals, okay? So goal 1 calls for the development and implementation of a system-wide community engagement framework. And again, what this will look like in action will be that we have defined engagement for our district. How is LBUSD defining engagement in order to be able to develop strategies that are welcoming, that are asset-based for our families, for our students, for our staff, and really bring in a complementary toolkit for that, for our site leaders, but also in our departments, right? Because we often bring the work of engagement, and we said it earlier today, of our school sites, right? How do we make our school sites the support hubs for our families? But we are also in this line of work in our district office and across departments where you've heard it several times, that we need to go back to our community and hear the voices and get input from our community. Our second goal is to intentionally build different great groups, and I point to Dr. An because she's already leading some of this work around affinity groups, but really it's as a part of our community, system-wide community engagement, it's how do we build on affinity groups that exist and what lessons can be learned so that we are able to build this relational culture that we seek to build. And the last goal is creating our asset-based customer service guidelines to create a sense of welcome to students, staff, community, and families. And as you can imagine, that really just kind of lends itself to be implemented and embedded within our community engagement framework. Customer service and engagement are not two separate things, but really they complement each other. We are continuously looking at ourselves, and we set to meet out these leading indicators that we are leveraging some of the systems we have currently within our district that we know is working and yielding the results and the information that we need to get from our community. And I highlight Thought Exchange. I know that that we have been using it already in a lot of our district-wide parent sessions, but also in some of our site-led parent engagement opportunities. And the information that we're gathering from our parents really is both quantitative and qualitative. So we're able to not only measure attendance, right, which typically is a measure used to determine, it's a metric used often to determine engagement, but we're really seeking to look at sustained engagement. So we're asking questions such as, if this is your first time, great, thank you for being here. But if this is not your first time, if it's your second or third or more opportunity where you've been engaging with us in our district, what keeps you coming back? Because now we want to get into how well are we doing with removing barriers for our parents to engage. And so we're asking questions. Are you coming back because we're providing transportation? Are you coming back because we have access to language accessibility through our translators? Are you coming back because of the topic, because of the time of day, because of the format in which we are asking you to engage with us? And so we are continuously gathering that information every time we're with our parents, both at the site and at the district. So like through Parent University, and at the site, through our facilitators and some of the work that they're doing in elementary and middle schools. And if you're interested, so far, what the results are showing is that topic that is being discussed and the time of our sessions are the leading results. For example, that's what keeps parents coming back, more so than that we are offering transportation or I didn't mention food, but we also offer something because if we're asking people to come out, we need to nourish people. So those are some of the ways in which we're leveraging our Thought Exchange data with the intent, and we've heard dashboards before in this conversation, with the intent that we will be able to be transparent with how we are engaging with our community by adding a dashboard around parent and community engagement that will include, what sites are currently engaging in, what are the offerings, how are they aligned to district and school governance and board governance goals. So we're in the thought right now with our friends over at Research, specifically Dr. Madrigal, and looking at, so how can we look at our Thought Exchange data to help develop a dashboard that speaks to the engagement that is happening currently. So we're really excited about that work. I already touched on sustained engagement rates at district and site-based events. So again, leveraging some of the ways in which we're gathering our data through Thought Exchange. But really at the heart of this is being in community with those that we service, right? Our parents and our students and our community at large. And so gathering their feedback so that we can better inform and better create the guidelines for how we're going to engage within our district. So that looks like focus groups. We've completed a number of focus groups at particularly at middle school and elementary school sites, and more to come on that. We have so much happening right now. We're trying to be responsive to what our community is asking for. We often hear about the opportunity to hear from our community partners, as Dr. Benitez mentioned earlier. And so we're in the spirit of prototyping, we're trying some things out. We have what we call pop-up community fairs happening at some of our school sites where our department staff is out at school sites, and they're out at school sites as we speak right now, helping because the school choice application opened. And so we've got our staff out there helping parents how to complete the application process, because we want to increase the number of students that are completing the application, and so that they have an opportunity to participate in the choice process. Equally, we bring community pop-up fairs to school sites, and we're in conversations with a lot of our community-based organizations to see how it is that they can provide some resources to our school sites. And we just kind of show up either at the beginning of school or at the end of school so that we can capture the most amount of parents. And this is in collaboration with the site leadership, asking them, when do you want us to come? We're here to offer that support to our parents. When would you like us to come? And that determines when we come. So we're getting input from site leadership as well. So at the end of this, we're trying to create an ecosystem to speak to what you were saying. Yes, we're not there's not one way that we can inform our community of where we will be and when we will be there. And so we're trying to address this through a variety of entry points. And so, yes, on our school district, we have our events available through on our webpage through the calendar of events. You can see when our meetings for DCAG, DLAC, Sankofa Parent Village, CAC, although we don't, they are posted there, as well as Parent University. And just to take us back to September, Parent University really has been informed by the visioning process, what we learned, what we hear from our direct community about what they want topics to be about. And they fell into 4 categories. We recognize that we are a large system and we need to help our parents navigate this large system. And so we started out the school year with, make sure that everyone that we have a touch point with, every parent, every community member understands what Canvas is and what you can use it for. Equally, parent view, what it's meant to be used for. And so we've mentioned it before, we have a mobile help desk at every one of our meetings. So any parent that might be challenged by the variety of ways in which you can gather information as a parent in our district, we're there to support them. But we are also talking about, who are your district board members? How do you access them? What is the current happenings within our board meetings to help parents be informed? And then we moved into also some wellness topics. Student achievement topics. Tonight, as a matter of fact, our Parent University is all based on reading strategies. And each of these Parent University sessions isn't only led by staff in my department, who does an amazing job, but we reach out to the different departments who are, if you will, the content experts. So thank you to OCIPD and Dr. Lund. And so this evening we'll have Jandela Faulkner doing a wonderful presentation around reading strategies to support your child, whether they are elementary, middle school, or high, because she's that talented. So we look forward to that. But that is really what we're setting out to do with Strategy 6, is really create a way to engage with our community, both internally and externally, and we're starting with defining engagement. And so that's where we are right now. And again, more to come, and I look forward to sharing progress on our strategy.
Quick question. How is Goal 2 similar or different to community schools?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How is the Goal 2, or Goal 2, similar or different to community schools?
Well, currently we have 3 what we call pilot community schools. And so we started with those 3 pilots because there was already lots of structure in place at those school sites. For example, Hamilton. It currently has the children's clinic on campus. It has a nice relationship with other community-based organizations. And so the way they're different is, first of all, we don't have the grant for community schools right now. And so we're doing a model, I'll just say a model of what community schools can look like without that funding. And we've got 3 amazing facilitators at those school sites. So they are Hamilton, Washington, and Lindbergh. And where those parent facilitators are engaging with their parents and really doing needs assessments of what might be, what are they seeking from their school community, and how can they be supportive and bring in necessary community resources. So I'll say Lindbergh has connected with the current or newly created Community Resource Center off of Atlantic, and it's really nice in connection with Lindbergh and supporting that school. But those are 3 schools, right? And so many more of our schools, also in elementary, need some support, and so that's what this frame will set out to do. So to speak to that, next week, we have I think it's our first, and someone keep me honest, our first specifically community-based organization partnership breakfast. And so we have reached out to all the community-based organizations that we can think of and invited them to next week. And so what we set out to do is not only welcome them in, and if they're not engaging with us, why aren't you? And what are some of the aspects that you can offer and resources that you can offer to our school site? It'll be an opportunity to share about our vision, an opportunity to share about this work that we're speaking of today, and try to find ways in which that we can, in ways in which we can partnership. We have some strong partnerships already, and there are some other partnerships that we seek to strengthen and enhance. I'll say that. So we're looking forward to that. I believe information may have gone out to your emails, but if not, I will make sure that it goes out today. It's from 9:30 to 11, and it's next week.
Thank you. Oh, did you have something?
Yes. So, Dr. Salazar, thank you. And again, just big props to, let me start off by saying, I think our district has done a lot more and has become much better at getting information out to our communities in a consistent, timely, accessible way. So I don't want to ignore that we're doing better and more. I think the areas that I'm hearing you still highlight is, to borrow the reflective action piece from an earlier conversation, how are our decisions around communication and community engagement being informed, and what role, which we all know is a big role, do our community members have in informing our strategies, our activities around community engagement. So I'll start with that. So Dr. Baker had asked us to take sort of a pause on communications audit conversations. And so I'm gonna sort of, in the spirit of our district invested and ventured on a very extensive communications audit a few years ago. And we took pause, we're reimagining sort of our sort of internal staffing and administrative organizational structures. But I do want to go back to that because there were critical areas that were identified that I think your goals align with and your work builds on. But there's also things that we just don't know because we haven't revisited sort of key findings from that audit. So I'm looking at Elvia, Jack, beyond the team that you just mentioned, that there are policies, systems, and practices to that audit. And one of the practices was around the two-way communication. All right, so I highlighted this morning, and our conversations this morning have highlighted all the spaces that we have, both at the school site level and at the district level. Those spaces in many ways still are, we control agendas, we control narrative, we control format. Yes, it's in partnership sometimes, but at the end of the day, a DLAC meeting is run with certain requirements in mind, certain things in mind, purposeful, all right? So that's a space that has specific requirements, right, that come out of that space, versus other spaces that are more about community building, that are more about nurturing and curating partnerships, that are more about us listening, right, us attending events and community activities and then using our learning and listening from those and bringing them back, that then helps to shape and inform our practice. So I would characterize that around practices, right? But there are also policy components to this. And I'm gonna call you in, Dr. Salazar. It's not just you, it's the team. There have been many occasions, and it's not just been me, it's been my colleagues here, where when we get public comment in a language other than English, I still feel it's still cumbersome. And I'm gonna take the last meeting. I've made several requests and I've gotten affirmation that we're working on it. It's coming through, receiving transcripts, right? From when public comment is delivered in a language that's not English, there's pauses, right? Our interpreters are, working on the fly. So props to all the energy and time that goes into that. But you lose something, right, in that real-time interpretation because you can't pick up everything, and there isn't a consistency yet into how often, sometimes we have the comments written ahead of time. I don't think it would take very much to, at the end of the meeting or at some point the next day, to receive transcripts as board members of what was shared to us in another language. All right, but that's something that we can just internally say we're doing that, right, at some point. There are other things. So we hear this at where's Dr. Aaron? She disappeared. We hear it at CAC meetings. We hear it in other spaces, that oftentimes much of what our students are sharing with us, sense of belonging, a welcoming environment, not feeling valued or heard or seen, that's the culture piece here to me, the reflective action, right? That if our students are not feeling welcomed by a particular staff member, could have had a bad day that morning, or not being said hello to, or at our community meeting, something didn't go as expected. I think for me, that's the kind of culture of the kind of welcoming, inviting, respectful, appreciative culture that we want as a district. And what I have heard everyone on our team consistently say is, first point of communication should be at the school. What one of the findings of the audit, and I went back and looked at it, Dr. Baker, found is that oftentimes what's being shared at the district level is either not finding its way at the program or school site level, or is inconsistent, right? So when we talk about sort of, okay, when we're looking at things deep dive, I would love to hear Dr. Salazar, and doesn't just fall on you, right? From our teams, sort of because we talk about gaps, right? We talk about inconsistencies. We talk about practices that either are not being adhered to or are not clear. We've had conversations with students about school discipline being applied in inconsistent ways at the school site level. So I would love to, in your future presentations and future communications to us, sort of go back and say, hey, we're building on some of the findings from the audit. Here are some of the things beyond the framework, and again, the district discourse on engagement, because I do still find opportunities. And in some ways, we've done some of this stuff, right? Dr. Baker at some point allocated, I don't remember if it was $1 million, Jill, to expanding our interpretation or translation. And I've asked this of Brian, okay, so, is this ELO stuff related? I'd love to hear more about those things where there's concrete, like here's what we did. We hired X many more interpreters. We've assured X much more translation at meetings. We have PowerPoints now, not in English translated into Khmer, Tagalog, Spanish, but if it's a Spanish meeting, that PowerPoint, those materials should be developed if we're culturally sustaining, culturally affirming, in that language, and then interpreted and translated into language. So those are the practices. So again, in the spirit of building, we're doing much more, way better, but I would be remiss if I didn't highlight those things that I'm still hearing from parents, from community members, from partners in goal number 2. Had a conversation with Dr. Brown, how hard it is to still secure facilities use stuff, because it still puts, Mr. Risen, I saw you, the burden on the community member, community partner to sort of figure out and navigate if we want to have an event at our school. And I think from my perspective, it's hard, and I've done this. I'm guilty of this. That's why I'm admitting, because I'm also trying to figure out what's the best way for me to engage, right, in this broader. I've had to send an email out to the team and say, hey, is there any way we can expedite the facilities process? I plugged last week at the last meeting the youth participatory budgeting that took place at Renaissance. Unfortunately, that took sort of getting Dr. Camarino in on that, and Marcia. And that's fine, but I don't think that's a sustainable model for us to be having to say, hey, Dr. Brown, is there any way we can do that? So putting all that as a build, as a call-in, I'm hopeful that at least we can continue to play that role to say, doing great, maybe there's a blind spot over here still. Or doing great, maybe there's just a follow-up that's required over here. Because I know everyone's doing the work, but I think I'm obligated to still call out those gaps that I'm still seeing. And if we could bring it back to the communications audit, I think it would provide the board a collective, system-based way to have a conversation about those things that we have accomplished, building, making improvements on, and those things that are not yet fulfilled from that audit.
I don't know if you need me to comment to some of it, okay? But I did want to bring up something you did mention around the role of our community organizations, and that is a big driver for hosting our breakfast. One of many to come, I'll just say that. Many ways in which we'll start to engage our community organizations, because we're not going to have them all, right? We won't have the space, but we're not limiting it. We're not capping the attendance either. It's, it's the start. It's the first step. And so that is where we'll have an opportunity again to share about the vision, share about specifically our system's portrait around the idea of open communication, and then hearing how has been that experience for you as you begin to engage with our district in a new way or in an ongoing way. And so, because part of the open district element around the system portrait, if I recall, and those that were here present, and I know that there are several, one of the asks and something that came up specifically was around the permit use. And so that is kind of one of the things that when we elaborate on that system portrait specifically, it does speak to, if we are to be an open district, then how are we opening the district? And so I want to say that because that is something that we have to take a look at internally. And I'll just stop there. But thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. I would like to call up our friends in Strategy 6. Kim. 7. I'm 6. I promise I know what I'm doing.
And then, would it be okay if I asked my colleagues to save questions for later in the agenda because we're behind schedule already? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here today and have the opportunity to share Strategy 7 with you. I'll be the spokesperson for Strategy 7, but I want to, of course, recognize Dr. Ahn, who is our sponsor, and my co-lead, Megan Traver, back in the seating, and she's leading the work around certificated and classified staff, and I'm leading the work around students. And so I'll look at our goals in just a minute. But as a group, we decided to focus our efforts on strategy goal 1, strategy 7 goal 1, because it has a target date of June 2024. So we have critical partners who are working with us, Katie Hickox and Ryan Ung, as well as members from PC, OCIPD, the high school office and research, and we're working together really to put a plan in place for goal 1, which is LBUSD has developed and implemented a plan to cultivate and recruit students, especially Black and multilingual students, to join our staff and support our efforts to reflect the diversity of our student population, especially at schools. In addition, we have goal 2. LBUSD has successfully retained diverse staff, especially Black and multilingual staff, in order to increase our cultural dexterity as an organization and to support our efforts to culturally and demographically reflect our student population, especially at school sites. So as a team, we're looking to build a system with the conditions that will enable students to be future-ready adults as part of the graduate profile, and to support post-graduation goals that align with their passion and to develop and provide opportunities for learning experiences through work, career options, and pathways needed to reach their aspirations. So as a part of this work, we have been meeting with focus groups. We've met with student groups and we'll continue to meet with them. We've met with ASBs, pathway ambassadors. We've met with the teacher club at Poly. We've met also with staff groups, including our college and career counselors, our ASB advisors, our business leaders, as well as we're going to be meeting with our pathway leads here very shortly, in addition to the business engagement office and OCIPD. And we're with our students, we've been telling them about Strategy 7. and talking about the jobs that are available in the district. And it has been really eye-opening. They know a lot of the certificated jobs. They know about teachers and administrators and counselors and all the different social workers and things that are on a campus, but they really didn't have many ideas about the classified side of the work, whether that be accounting or legal services, all the grounds and operations. So it's been really eye-opening to our students to find out about the type of work opportunities available in the district. And we're getting feedback from them about how can we best let them know about these opportunities. Because in addition to jobs that are available through the Personnel Commission, we also have work experience opportunities in our district through internships. And we want to make sure that all students have access to that information. And so students have let us know already that they don't really look at the district Instagram page or the district website. They're not connected to those sources of information. But instead, they said they really look at Canvas, and that Canvas is the main place that they go to, and that they really prefer to learn information when it's directly targeted to them, not that it has to go through another source like their teacher or the school. They want it to come directly to them. And they were very interested in learning about what it means to work in Long Beach Unified, to have connections to their pathways and to what they're learning. And so it's very exciting that they're interested in that. And then with our department leaders, our business leaders, and with our ASB advisors, and also with the career and college counselors, we really talked about how do we increase opportunities for students to have experiences working within Long Beach Unified, but also how do we get that information out to them, and how do we support them when they're looking to apply to something? How do they know how to write a resume or complete an application? How do they know how to fill out onboarding paperwork with all of the complications of a W-2 and who's your beneficiary and all of those things that are very, very new to them? And so we've been talking about that, and we're building out committees that are going to work on those various pieces. And our next group that we're going to be talking to is parents. And so we have a number of parent meetings that we'll be presenting at, and also getting their feedback. Because, you know, in talking with students and talking with all the adults, really it's the connections between people that often lead to jobs. It's they heard it from a friend, they heard it from a relative, they have somebody who maybe is already working in that place and, you know, helps them feel comfortable with that space. But we want to open up work in the district to all of our students. We want them to know that Long Beach Unified is a place where we already want them to have a sense of belonging as a student, and we want to continue that sense of belonging when they're members of the community. And we would love them to be able to come and work in our district, and that, you know, there are many opportunities that connect to their careers, or there are many opportunities that are part-time while they're looking to go to school or not quite sure what they want to do with their lives yet, that there's an opportunity for them to connect within the district and have those entry places where they can come and begin to work. And so we're really excited about that, and we're looking forward to developing this plan for our students that we can get out to them, and so that they can begin to really explore what it means to be an employee, and to hopefully look at that as an opportunity to be an employee in Long Beach Unified. And I will go ahead and pass this on to strategy number 8. We have to go back now.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, I'm Venetia Davis, and I am one of the leads for Strategy 8, and I have the fortune to work alongside Dr. Katie Hickok, as well as Tammy Lavelle, who couldn't be here today, but she is also a co-lead on this strategy. And for Strategy 8, we're really looking at a way to develop a coherent system-wide culture and structure of the adult learning, for adult learning. And we have 2 goals. within this strategy that we're really looking at. And the first goal is to ensure that all LBUSD staff will have a clear role description and expectations connected to the adult portrait with an aligned evaluation and support system. So basically what we're looking at is making sure that the employees that we hire within our district really embody the philosophy that we have in looking at the adult portrait. So that's one of our goals for this strategy. And then also thinking about how will we evaluate them aligned to the adult portrait. Our second goal is all LBUSD staff will have regular and consistent opportunities to engage in personalized professional development and coaching to continually develop as transformational professionals. And what we really hope is that we will have a platform or a way for all employees, and when I say all employees, we're really wanting to make sure we highlight our classified employees in that. We have a lot of opportunities currently for our certificated, but we really want to be inclusive of our classified employees and making sure that they have a platform and a way to enhance their skills and receive professional development so they can improve in their career or just professionally on the job that they currently have. And I need to go back because I was remiss in highlighting our sponsor, Yumi Takahashi. Thank you so much for your work, as well as our critical partners that we have, which is Steve Rockenbach, Susan Leamy, John Tamur, Karen Zong, and Brian Jackson. And we are very happy to have them as critical partners because we get the voice of classified as well as certificated, and sometimes we speak two different languages in those worlds, and we want to bring those voices together to make sure we're providing an opportunity and experience for both our certificated and our classified folks. And so I'm going to pass it to Katie, and she'll share a little bit more about our progress monitoring with this work. Katie?
Good morning. So we'll be tracking our progress in two ways. We're going to be looking at the qualitative data, so that's our street data. So that will include some of our focus groups, empathy interviews, and artifacts. So what we mean by artifacts is we're looking at some prototypes for self-assessments with the adult portrait, and then we're also looking at experiences that we've already had. So we crosswalk the adult portrait, for example, with the classified manager's evaluation. And our artifact are some of our findings in areas of connection and then areas where maybe it doesn't connect. And then we're also looking at quantitative data. So that might be how many evaluations are completed and an analysis of the types of ratings of the evaluations that we already have, and how does that speak to the adult portrait. So those are a couple of ways that we're going to measure our progress. Thank you very much. And we call up Strategy 9.
Before you go, can I ask one quick question? I'm sorry. You made reference to an empathy interview? Can you give me a little bit more detail on that?
Yes, for sure. So an empathy interview is a type of interview where we get to know somebody's lived experience within that particular topic. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and talked to people about the types of evaluations that they've had, experiences that they've had with the evaluation, and then we did provide to them a copy of the adult portrait and interviewed them on what they felt like some of the connections might be.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
I just like the reference to street data.
Yes. It's a favorite book.
I think there's one more question.
Yeah. So in contrast to everything that we've heard so far about the strategies, there doesn't seem to be much interaction with the community or other places that you go looking. I know some of that goes on, but could you talk about how that works and how important it is?
You raise a good point. So evaluations are kind of an internal function here in both the Personnel Commission for our classified staff, and Venetia mentioned how closely we've been partnering with them, and here in HRS for our certificated staff. But it's a good suggestion for us to consider looking outside at what some of those types of strategies might be.
And how to do that, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm struck in everything that we've heard today about how important the relationships are, and as an impetus to get things moving. even in this area where you're restricted by rules and regulations in terms of how it's done, but it's outreach, and I suspect the dividends that can be played with a good system of reaching out to people in the community or people that people know could create dividends.
Thank you. Just to clarify, are you thinking also of students and parents?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oops. There we are. So good morning. So I have the pleasure of batting cleanup today and bringing to you Strategy 9. So again, I am Alan Rising. I have the pleasure of being the lead for Strategy 9. I'm also working closely with Yuma Takahashi, who's my executive sponsor on this strategy. So Strategy 9 is to strengthen the sustainability and climate resiliency of our district. The strategy will ensure we have future-focused facilities and technology by accelerating the climate resiliency and sustainability of our district. The strategy is intended to reduce our energy usage, greenhouse gas emissions, and carbon footprint in collaboration with our community and our city in a way that foregrounds equity and environmental justice and recognizes that environmental impacts are inequitably experienced by BIPOC students and families. The goals of the strategy, the first goal is to develop, adopt, and organize and implement a district-wide sustainability, climate resiliency and sustainability plan. Goal number 2 on our project is launching behavioral change programs to build awareness and support sustainability-oriented actions across our entire district. Goal number 3, by June of 2025, develop and launch our Equitable Green Schools Initiative. Really moving into some of the successes, which are kind of intertwined with some of the goals and the metrics that we're using. We've done quite a lot to date. Initially, we asked the question, where are we now? As a district, collectively, we have to understand where we're at to begin this process. We've completed a baseline analysis, system by system in the district, to really ask the question, where are we with our energy usage, our water usage, our solid waste streams, our greenhouse gas emissions, transportation programs? Where are we at now to be able to quantify that so we can have a point to be able to begin? From there, we began the process of implementing or drafting our baseline climate resilience and sustainability plan, which is really meant to utilize the information collected in our baseline strategies, our baseline data collection, and use those to look for areas of improvement, clear areas where we can obtain the best improvement towards our sustainability, and areas where we need the largest amount of work in order to ensure that we meet these goals. We've also successfully solicited for our Climate Sustainability Task Force. This is in connection with our community, our city, our students, our teachers, our administrators, a group of individuals that will come together and help us with some references, but be able to splash ideas across to be able to ensure that we're doing this work in connection and in collaboration with our city and with our larger community. We've also begun the process of our behavioral change program. Really, it amounts to having some focused efforts. We've actually developed job classifications, and we're beginning the recruitment for an energy and sustainability manager, with the goal of this person being the forefront of our work, being out at schools, being out working with student groups and community groups to ensure that we're in collaboration with the larger work that's happening in our community, in our region. Recruitment for that position should be beginning very shortly. We also are working closely with our curriculum leaders to begin data collection to understand what are we using for curriculum and how are we teaching our students for the future to ensure that our sustainability goals and climate issues are embedded in our curriculum as we move forward. There's quite a lot of work that's happening in that area, and there's quite a lot of work that's happening across our district in various different avenues. Being able to collect that and have some way to manage that in a way that's consistent across all of our sites. We've also begun the process of conducting routine energy and sustainability audits of our school sites. We just started this last month. This is an opportunity for individuals that are in our school sites to understand what their impacts are at their individual school sites, areas for improvement, opportunities to improve. And we've created report cards that go out to site administrators to show what's happening at school sites. And we're collecting that data for a larger perspective to be able to look at how we're doing as a district, with the ultimate goal of having benchmarking across sites to be able to understand where we have sites that are really doing well in certain areas and where we have sites that we may need to have some potential improvements. We've also done some work on completing our baseline landscaping program. We have 3 sites that we've started with our drought-tolerant landscaping program to really reform the way that we're building our sites and the way that we're moving our process forward. So a lot of work has been happening in this area. I wanted to quickly scan through that, and I'm available if there's any questions.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell me, I'm not familiar with the Equitable Green Schools Initiative. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, sure. It basically starts from the fact that when you talk about environmental equality, students and families that exist in certain areas of our community are much more readily subjected to environmental impacts. It's the question of things that would occur in one area of our community would not occur in another area of our community just due to the relative economic status of that community. And so really recognizing that students that are in certain parts of our community are subjected to things such as freeway impacts, things such as businesses and types of industries that are put in those areas. And working together with the city and our larger community, how can we be a positive impact on that to be able to recognize that certain students and families in our community are subject to those issues much more readily than others.
And I assume that you're so site-specific when you're doing things that there aren't, or it doesn't occur to me what the metrics are that you could use to talk about these things, or whether there are, I mean, so the public, families, whatnot, could know those things ahead of time. I know an acute issue always is communication, and you're going to do something. Maybe you're going to move students to another school to do HVAC work or something else, and just are there metrics or ideas about how long those things should take, or is it so site-specific that you just have to do it on an ad hoc basis?
So actually, that's a great question. So as we begin to look at the metrics and how we quantify the work that we do in this area, one of our goals in our behavioral change program is creating dashboarding opportunities, areas where we can actually see what's happening site by site and more collectively across our entire district, and how are we in relation to other large institutions across our district. So it's a matter of being transparent down to the individual site level, so that you would know that a particular site performs it a certain way, whether that's energy usage index, or whether that's how much contributing they are to greenhouse gases, or what we hope is how they're saving greenhouse gases. How we're using different systems and technologies at so school sites to be able to meet these overall goals. So part of our overall strategy is a larger site-by-site and district-wide dashboard that'll allow us to be able to see the results of our efforts as we go forward. Okay, thank you. Oops.
Good morning. In the interest of time, I am going to try and move through this very quickly. I'm speaking about the governance structure of the vision and the strategic plan, and the importance of keeping this strategic plan at the forefront of the district work cannot be understated. The governance structure of the strategic plan brings key staff and purposeful structures to move this important work. On that note, let me recognize the experts over here who just gave you all of the work that they are working on. This is the work. And so experts, what a fine job you're doing, and thank you for all the work that you're continuing to move this at a pace that is important. Thank you. So this slide shows the key personnel to move this work, and let's begin in the middle, the leads, which you just heard from. The leads are staff who are selected for their leadership and expertise in their areas. Leads are implementers. They lead the work of the strategies and are responsible for engaging key staff to implement the work plans for their strategy. To the left in the slide are sponsors. Yes. Oh, it's not advancing? Ah. Okay, now we can see it to the center. Thank you. To the left of this slide are the sponsors. Each strategy has at least one sponsor who is the member of the district's senior leadership. Sponsors are charged with ensuring the system has the capacity to change in order to move the work. This involves removing barriers that slow progress. Finally, we have critical partners who are staff that have expertise in the strategy and hold positions that are meaningful to this work. In the next slide, we'll look at how this structure coalesces in service to these strategies. I'm going to make sure I do this right. Don't worry, I'm doing this right. In your packet, you see the whole structure of how three roles, leads, sponsors, and critical partners, make time to check in and make progress toward the strategy goals. In this slide, we'll look at the bottom up to better understand the relationship between time and people. What you will see is a cadence of weekly, monthly, and quarterly meetings that bring together key people to move this work. We have 2 weekly meetings. Weekly leads and sponsors meeting, where they take a look at progress of the work, as well as identify issues that are barriers. These are generally 30-minute check-ins. Senior team meets every week, and a standing agenda item on every agenda is the strategic plan process check. Then we have 3 key monthly meetings. We have the leads community. They meet for an hour to reflect on the work and continue to develop and refine work plans, as well as work on liberatory design. District leaders meet monthly to develop a shared understanding of liberatory mindsets, and that description will be coming up in a moment. And sponsors and leads, they have formal meetings. They're scheduled monthly for analysis and refinement of the 90-day work plans, also known as 90-day rocks. In addition, these meetings are important cross-departmental opportunities to monitor progress and discuss strategy of the work that may involve different district offices. Finally, we have quarterly meetings. Bringing in the big group of about 60 sponsors, leads, and critical key members keeps this work alive as we discuss about the 90-day work and setting the new 90-day goals. These quarterly meetings are designed to provide time for analysis and progress. The use of the 90-day progress monitoring cycle allows for the work to be chunked into short-term goals while keeping an eye towards the ultimate goal for each of these strategies. It also allows for pivoting the work as needed for flexibility, as near-term goals may change when necessary, and as we continue to learn about the strategy from multiple perspectives. This July, we will come together to set new annual goals after reflecting on the work of this year. As you can see, the vision and strategic plan work is not random, and it's not in silos. The work has been intentionally planned in a way that is continuously monitored, reflected upon, and goal-driven. Change work is not easy. And honestly, it can lead to reverting into safe habits of the past. However, as you saw in the last slide, the continuous cycle of check-ins and learning together prevents us from putting the vision on the shelf. Vision 2035 is the work of the district. I want to read the passage verbatim because I think it's important. It's the first paragraph. Because a system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets, if we want improved outcomes for students and adults in this district, the system has to be redesigned to promote these outcomes. Further, The system design needs to work such that it promotes newly desired behaviors. The system is me. The system is you. In fact, the system is made up of all employees. We must create a different outcome for many of our students, including Black, English learner, and students with disabilities. These students deserve a different system by which allowing innovation from our adults to meet the different needs of students and support of the graduate portrait. An unchanged system will yield the same results that we have had in the past and the underperformance of some. Our Vision 2035 is aspirational and calls us into new ways of being, so we can engage in new ways of doing as a response to the expressed needs of our community and to the diverse needs of our students. Within the strategic plan, 2 system portrait elements name these ways that we will do so, both anchored in liberatory thinking. Equitable system focused on excellence for all includes a passage about liberatory design, as well as transformational adult practices and leadership. And to give more context on the change, including liberatory work that we are just scratching the surface of, please welcome a brilliant mind and an incredible human, Dr. Nader Twal. Oh, come on, let's give him, come on now, Nader.
So given the time constraints, what I'll do is I will truncate this part and allow your curiosity and questions to guide how deep we go. But I think it's important to know that, as I mentioned earlier, that liberatory thinking may be new to our vernacular, but it is not new to history and history of those who have looked for better ways of being and doing. And liberatory thinking is actually anchored in the work that came out of Stanford University early on around design thinking. It's a process that's used by Google, by Uber, anyone that you consider innovative that has changed the way that we even think about the world, the way that we transport, the way that we order food. It has typically engaged in this process. And we as a district have in the past engaged in that process. But when it is not filtered through a liberatory lens, which is when Stanford realized that it's a creative way to potentially perpetuate old ways of being, just in creative ways, they merged with the National Equity Project and began to look at, so then what has to be added and what has to be refined in order for this to change so that it actually is an innovative process that activates the agency of the community and actually creates different outcomes. And that's where liberatory design comes from. So it's anchored in a long history and modeled success in the world around innovation, so that we're not just being creative, but we're actually having impact. And what I love about it is that it is not only theory, it is anchored in theory, but it is actually a practical and very tangible way to name and build common structures and understandings around how we show up in spaces and then what we do together in order to create impact for our community. And so as it shows on the slide, liberatory thinking refers to the practice of adopting the mindsets and the modes. And it's captured in the image that you see up there, which is a flower. It used to be a sequential thing, but it's actually captured as a flower because it's more organic. And it is not always sequential, it's actually adapted to the need. Most important in that flower is that centerpiece, the notice and reflect, that you'll see on your handout probably more clearly, where you begin to call up what is the historical context and the patterns in the system that we're trying to unwrite or trying to name and identify, and how do we elicit the reflection to ask ourselves, am I perpetuating this? Who am I in relation to this? Can I even see this? Because it doesn't necessarily affect me. I've benefited from the system. I am where I am because I learned how to work the system. And so the question is, what do I need to pause and think about? And so in every phase of design, you notice and reflect. You have the 12 mindsets with you in the beautiful packets that you got, these beautiful ringlets that we love. There are 12 of them. We are not going to go over all of them today, but some of the ones that have been centered in the work and that are named specifically in the footnote of your beautiful, those books that have the strategic plan in them, or excuse me, the vision in them, is things like building relational trust, the idea of actually investing in the community and listening to and honoring their stories as data. Their stories are actually expertise. They are data. They are not just stories. They bring life to the numbers. The idea of practicing self-awareness and thinking about who am I and what is my relation to power and how does that impact the dynamics that we have. It's looking at recognizing oppression, embracing complexity. These are long-held issues. These patterns have existed for a long time, and a 10-minute conversation may begin to scratch the surface, but it is not going to be the solution. Working to transform power and share power. When I'm in your neighborhood, it might be wise for me to get in the passenger seat and let you drive. I'm not giving you my car, you are not responsible for my insurance, but I recognize that we could waste a lot of time with you in my ear trying to tell me where to turn, or I could hand over the steering wheel and ask you to navigate me through the world that you are most familiar with. And then finally, exercising creative courage, because this is scary. Doing new is scary. And so how do we step into the new in a way that is careful? And that's why we want to make sure that we activate the modes. And we're moving into that as district leaders in some of our next trainings. But this is what's really important, is liberatory a different way of saying equity? And the answer is no. It is not. If you recall the quote at the beginning that Dr. Baker shared, the idea is that we're not walking into places to fix them. It's that we actually understand that although we may be experiencing some level of success, we will never be fully who we need to be until everyone has the opportunity to be fully who they are. And so what does liberatory mean? Liberatory means that you're going to engage in processes that not only name, but begin to deconstruct and dismantle the systems that have actually created inequity. Things are the way they are because they've been designed to be that way. You heard James share that a little bit in our system portrait. I do not plant an apple seed and expect to see a tomato. So if the fruit is telling us that we're producing tomatoes, then we have to actually examine the root and potentially regraft some things so we get a different product. And so it also, again, operates under the assumption that things are designed to have the impact that they have, therefore they must be redesigned. And again, noticing and reflecting are how we activate that. The thing that I do want to say, though, is that the authors of the mindsets identify 3 big buckets of what they help us to do, because there's the mindsets and then there's the modes. The mindsets help us to notice and reflect. First, they're a collection of stances that raise our self-awareness and center creative courage before we begin to act. Because the reality is who I am, my life experience, my race, my gender, either help me to see things or they don't. And if I don't learn how to name that and understand how that works, then I'm never going to be able to create change. And I'll give you a very concrete example. We were in a training with OCIPD, and we were running a little bit behind. And so it was like, okay, we had scheduled a 15-minute break. And so what I said is, all right, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, run to the restroom, do what you got to do. At about 4 minutes, I went outside to call people in, and I noticed a line from here to high heaven at the women's restroom and realized, wow, I made a lot of assumptions about how much time people needed in order to take care of legitimate needs after being in a meeting for a long time, because it never occurred to me that it might take longer, because as a man, that is not the same. We don't have the same challenges when it comes to limitations and numbers or whatever the case may be. But that very simple thing caused me to pause and reflect. And now when I look at agendas, I think about it through a gender lens. And I think about, are we creating opportunities for people to actually take care of very fundamental needs before we actually engage in high-level learning? Secondly, it helps us to begin to recognize oppressions in our current context. Oftentimes what we do is we name a problem and then we go try to solve it. But we fail to recognize that we actually might not have the information we need to do it. So what would it look like? There are processes that we're introduced to, things like the anti-problem. So instead of saying, for example, how might we design the playground so that more kids use it? The way anti-problem works to surface things that might be underneath it is, how can we design playgrounds to make sure that no one uses it? And then as you begin to ideate, you begin to identify patterns of things that we've codified that we've never thought to challenge, because we're looking at it through a different lens. And then finally, it helps us to confront our troublesome frames of reference. It gives us ways and common language as a system to name the ways of being and thinking that might be impeding our work. For example, when someone comes into a room with a visible physical challenge, do we automatically make an assumption about their cognitive ability? Do we assume that an accent implies something? Do we talk slower? Do we change our language? Those kinds of things are things we have to name if we're actually going to move this system. And so it's scary to do because it forces us to look at, I believe you called them, was it the brutal facts? It forces us to look at the brutal facts and where we may be perpetuating them in our own practice unknowingly. And so Black History Month, I do want to call up the amazing scholar James Baldwin, who said, not everything that's faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. And so until we have the courage to name it, we're not going to be able to do anything different. And so I am very proud to work alongside my amazing colleagues here who represent an incredible cross-section of our district. I'm so proud to work for a board that voted this aspirational vision in, and I'm so proud that we're actually doing it with our community and that it came out of the work of those whose lives we're trying to impact. And so with that, thank you. I'm assuming we probably need a break, or how do you want to do this?
I think so,
Okay,
yeah.
4-minute break. Thank you, Brian.
I was
Brian,
gonna say-
you can have a 4-minute break. Everyone else can have a 40-minute break. I'm kidding.
Yeah. I just want to thank everybody for the wonderful presentations. I know we have a lot of research people here, and it occurred to me that as we're going through all of these presentations, that almost everything, almost every strategy comes down to data. And we rely so heavily on our research people, so thank you for that. But we will take a break, and I was listening to what you said, so I'm thinking 10 minutes would be good.
I think it's a great idea.
Unless there are any objections, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess and be back to discuss our board goals. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, we are going to resume the meeting, and we're pretty much back. So, Mr. Moskovitz.
All right, thank you, President Craighead. So a very exciting moment here after, as you know, over multiple years journey for you as the board to think about what did you really want to center with our students, student goals that resulted in the November adoption, your adoption of the board goals and guardrails. From that, a couple months later then, with your support, we adopted the progress monitoring calendar, the data monitoring calendar, that set up today then as the first opportunity for us to, in a very formal way, check in on our progress with a couple of our goals related to the board goals and guardrails. You'll recall AJ Crabhill, who's been a lot of support to you all and to us, really helped us to think about the process we wanted to engage in. And part of what he also helped us to think about is the types of questions that a board would want to consider asking. So there's a couple documents before we get in. I just set this in front of you. There's 3 documents we're going to look at today. We're going to start with these 2. If you look here, one of them is the set of questions titled Board of Education Student Outcome Monitoring Inquiry Questions. And then I also have this other, it's just about a 4-page packet that was underneath that. At the top says Goal 1 Student Growth. So before we actually jump into looking at our current student progress, I thought we would practice as a group, including those in the audience, senior team and others. We're actually going to practice with using some of these questions on some previous data. So if you can take out this data packet here that was underneath your questions. Mr. Otto, they are probably, just set them on top of your table. So if we can, yep, those. And for the purposes of time, let's go to slide 3. So this data was actually given to all of you as a board last summer, and this was summative data from the prior year. So if we look at slide 3, at the top it says Goal 1 Student Growth Elementary. This was last year's iReady data related to our iReady assessment. And what this data was showing us was the percent of typical growth that students were able to achieve last year on iReady. So take a moment, just kind of look through slide 3, and I'm going to make sure that everybody has the document they need. Mr. Otto, I'm going to get you one right now.
I have 16 questions for Dr. Madrigal, Mr. Moskovitz.
All right, no questions yet.
That I'm
All right.
sure you're willing to save for another day.
So we look at slide 3 again. It's at the top says Goal 1 Student Growth Elementary, and we're going to pull out our questions that you all are going to be able to ask us throughout today and throughout the times when we're looking at student data. So for the purposes of time, I'm going to actually go through, I'm going to ask questions, and I won't put you all as a board on the spot, and maybe a senior team member who's going to answer it for us. But this, again, really comes from Mr. Crabhill's thinking around the types of questions we'd want to ask. Sometimes it's going to be a technical question about the data itself. What is the data showing us? Sometimes it's a tactical question that might ask about the assessment itself. Tell me more about the assessment. What does the assessment measure? Why that assessment? And some of the questions might be strategic questions that are more about what are you as a district doing as a result of that? Now that we see this data, what either have we done, will we do to improve outcomes moving forward? So some of these questions here, the who, what, why, and how, will help us get to Mr. Crabhill's idea of the technical, what is the data telling us? The tactical, what is the assessment for? How does it help us measure progress? And the strategic, what are we going to do now as a result? All right, so the first question related to slide 3. And again, senior team, please jump in if you like.
Brian?
Yes.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, if I have your permission, I put it back on us. I think we need to push
Just
us to.
but if you get the deer in the headlights look, you can phone a friend. There's somebody around the table that can help you.
I suggest, I mean, it's our board goals that we develop. We should be able to model and fail and grow from us trying to figure this out. So
I love it.
if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'd say maybe each of us draft a sample question based on slide 3.
Well, I'm going to ask you a few questions,
go.
and then we'll practice that way, and then you're going to ask us questions the next time around. Okay, so let's go from the who column, and the first question of who is progressing most rapidly? So when you look at the data there on slide 3, which student groups are progressing, increasing most rapidly? Mr. Miller, who'd you say? There's no wrong answer. There's just a maybe not totally right answer. So you can see there that the 2-year change for ELs was 12%, right? So the progressing most rapidly, you could see that the English learners grew by 12%, and our students in special education grew by 12%. So that would be those groups that grew most rapidly. Right.
Can
Okay,
I
that's
ask a
good.
question there?
Yeah, please.
Did we do anything different for our ELs and our special ed, or did anything change to show that improvement?
Right, so that's great. Now you're asking more in the strategic question, kind of over on the how column. How did we actually get those results? So we could talk about, for example, we implemented our new elevation system that gave our teachers strategies to implement specifically for our multilingual learners. That could be one of the reasons why we saw an increased growth. We also were in our second and third year of implementation of an intervention program at the elementary level, because this is elementary data. So those are the kind of questions we want to ask, though. Why were we seeing accelerated growth for English learners? Okay, so over in the what column, there's a question that says, what gaps exist between student groups? Or what changes are we seeing in the gaps between student groups? So who'd like to answer that? What are you noticing in the gap change? Or in the gap itself? Ms. Greca.
We either have no change or we're showing a little bit of change in the right direction.
Right, so it's interesting when you look at for African-American subgroup versus not African-American, Hispanic versus not Hispanic, there was no change, correct? Gap change is 0. But the growth overall was 10%. So a pretty large growth from year to year, but the gap still existed. Whereas with our English learners and our students in special education, even more accelerated growth, and the gap then narrowed. Okay, great. All right, let's go to the why column. So why such significant growth? So that kind of gets to your question, Ms. Lopez, right? Why? Why did we see some of that growth? Somebody else on senior team would like to just share, and actually if you just quickly look to the next page, you'll also see some pretty accelerated growth and gap change with our middle school students as well. So Dr. Lund, would you like to just put you on the spot, share maybe something at the middle school level last year that might have accounted for some of the change?
Yeah, I think as it relates to our multilingual learners, looking at our CCR program that we initiated in middle school. So this was a clustering of all of our English learners that were at the somewhat or moderately developed on LPAC, putting them into a specific course as a supplemental intervention that was required for English learners that specifically worked on developing language. So as it relates to our ELs in this data, I would say that would probably be a hypothetical impact statement as it relates to that data. As it relates to our special education students, we engaged in pretty significant co-teach sessions last year where we mainstreamed our students with disabilities, RSP, MM, and our ED students, many of them, into full day mainstream programs that are co-taught with 2 teachers in the room, a gen ed teacher and a special education teacher, and that could be the mitigating factor in that situation.
So part of what, again, just a little bit of a practice, and I know this is not super exciting for people watching from home because they're just listening and not seeing any of this, but that's okay, this is a workshop. Part of what I hope to elicit through this just very brief practice is you all are going to ask some great questions, and we want you to ask questions. That's the purpose. Some of the questions may be directly answered by the research team. What is the data telling us? What gaps changed? What do we need to know or learn about the assessment itself? And some of the answers to your questions might actually come from others in the room, might come from David Zaid talking about practices going on at the elementary level this year. Dr. Camarino, unfortunately, is out not feeling well today, but we would be able to answer, he or others could answer, well, what are we doing at the secondary level that might actually be resulting in some of the changes that we're seeing expressed in the data today. So hopefully as we go through this, and we realize today is day 1 of this opportunity of student outcomes focused governance. So it's a test and it's in a workshop setting, so we can all kind of test it out. And as Dr. Benitez said, if we kind of blunder and fail our way through it, that's okay, we're testing it out. I do want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Benitez and Mr. Otto, just being a real thought partner to us this year as we think about the student outcomes focused governance advisory groups, the types of data we want to share, the types of questions we want to share. We don't presume to think that we got it totally right. So part of the feedback for us is also going to be, is there something different you'd want to see in the data moving forward? We'll share, I know Dr. Madrigal will share a little bit around our future thinking around some of the data. We're just looking at goals 1 and 2 today. But this really is an iterative process, so we'll love your feedback, and we'll love the questions you ask. No question is a bad question, and if we don't know the answer, we'll tell you that, and we'll get the answer for you. So with that, with a little bit of practice, we are going to jump right in, and I will hand it off to Dr. Veronica Madrigal and her team, and they will now be moving into the other slide deck that you received last Wednesday. Veronica.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Board President Craighead, board members, Superintendent Baker, seniors, team members, and audience members that are here today, as well as those that may be watching from home. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that collaborated in having us be able to look at our data as we're looking at data to progress monitor board goals. In particular, I want to thank the research team, and some of them are here today. I have Hamina Leilani next to me, as well as I have Dr. Fender and I have Catherine Wilkerson, who are here joining us. And as Mr. Moskowitz mentioned, it's important for us to think of this process as collaborative. And so during this presentation, we're going to welcome not only you to join in the dialogue, but as well as the research team to give input around some of the data and what we're seeing in our data at this midpoint. So with that, I want to take you back and look at what we've done as a district, in particular the board. The board spent time in November looking at board goals and were approved in November. And for the purpose of today, we're going to hone in on Goal 1, which is reading proficiency, and Goal 2, reading acceleration. And before we dive into the data, there are some outcomes that we want to share with you. As a result of our time today, one of the outcomes is that we want to review current data. We want to understand the context and the purpose of the data that we're sharing and build this understanding around which type of data is being used, as well as at what point of time are we pulling that data and who are we talking about? Who are the students? So with that shared understanding, we want to also allow us some time to define some terms so that we understand the terms that are going to be used throughout the presentation. One being the board goals. What are board goals? Board goals are those aspirational, ambitious, long-term goals. And in our case, it's our goals for the 2027-2028 academic school year. Then we have interim goals, which are near-term leading indicators of progress towards board goals. They should be predictive of goals and are used to track the progress towards the ultimate goal. And then our leading indicators. Now, leading indicators, in order for it to be a good leading indicator, it has to be something that is specific, measurable, that we're using quantitative data, and they don't rely on subjective opinions. And it's available it's available in a timely manner, at minimum yearly, and also that it's correlated to a higher level goal. So now that we've defined some of these terms that are going to be critical throughout the presentation, I want us to think about the data that we're going to present as you are going to be looking at it through almost like a flashlight. You're going to highlight. You're going to look at aspects of where we are in our district right now at our midpoint. So let's look at our first goal, which is Goal 1, reading proficiency. So Goal 1, reading proficiency reads, the percentage of grade 3 students who meet or exceed grade level standards on the State English Language Arts SBAC assessment will grow from 48% in June 2023 to 70% by June 2028. We know that the ELA, or the English Language Arts SBAC results, are available every summer. Students take SBAC for the first time in 3rd grade, but we need some leading indicators to allow us to show that kids are moving or making progress. So what we've identified as those leading indicators are, 1, our iReady placement, and also our foundational reading skills assessment. So if we think about 2028, our 3rd graders will take the SBAC for the first time in the spring of 2028. So we're going to get into that cohort data. But I want you to think about that data won't be available until the summer of 2028. So we want to measure progress along the way, leading up to and including third grade. So we'll spend that time today looking at how we're measuring that data. So who are those third graders? Who are the kids that will be third graders in 2028? Well, they're actually our targeted cohort of TK students. Our current TK level students are the cohort that we're talking about, and this visual gives you just an understanding of the different assessments or leading indicators that we're going to be monitoring along the way. So for currently our TK students, we're monitoring our foundational reading skills assessment. Next year when they're in kinder, we will continue to look at our foundational reading skills assessment, or FIRSA. In grade 1, we'll look at FIRSA again, and then we'll also look at iReady data. And then in grade 2, it'll be FIRSA and iReady. And then once they're in third grade, as mentioned in the 27-28 academic school year, we'll look at iReady as well as our SBAC, with the targeted goal being that 70% of our cohort students meet or exceed on the SBAC. So some of the students that are in our targeted group, which is our TK group, need certain learning conditions for literacy. And so we've talked about that qualitative data, and although today we're spending our time primarily looking at quantitative data, we want to call out some things that are important and that we know contribute to the success of students having equitable access to literacy. So when we think about literacy, we also have to ensure that we have equitable access to high quality instruction in our primary classrooms for all students. So thinking of that entry point for all students, regardless of their prior knowledge coming into a school. We also know that well-designed classrooms that are developmentally appropriate are key. And so thanks to the approval of funding from the board, we've been able to look at all our classrooms and ensure that all classrooms throughout our district have those appropriate learning conditions by simply the furniture, the rug, the manipulatives that will allow for our students in kinder, TK kinder, and throughout to be able to have those learning conditions for literacy. Professional development is key for all staff, including culturally responsive pedagogy. And when I say all staff, that includes teachers as well as site leadership. And ensuring that kindergarten to second grade reading routines, and in partnership with the Los Angeles County of Education office, our teachers and our principals have engaged in professional development in the summer and are continuing learning around the science of reading, learning about a reading framework that I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on our next slide. So that continuity, again, with the professional development as well as the implementation throughout our district. So let's ground ourselves a little bit in what the research says. So the research is clear around the importance of ensuring that our students in the TK through second grade have a strong reading foundation. So when we look at a reading framework, we're going to take a look at Scarborough's Rope. And this is actually a framework that teachers as well as administrators have learned through that professional development through LACO. And what Scarborough's Rope says is that it's critical there's two parts of the rope, the top and the bottom. So the top part has to do with that word recognition, which encompasses 3 areas: decoding, phonological awareness, sight recognition, and then the bottom is that language comprehension. We know that students come with some type of, they enter our system with some comprehension skills. But what we are tasked to do is to really develop the top part, which is the decoding, phonological awareness, and sight recognition. Why is that important? Because if any part of the top part of the rope is broken and it's not tight, the bottom does not fully develop. And so then we don't develop skilled readers. And the bottom part, it's important to note also that language comprehension, that's a lifelong learner skill. So we as adults are always learning. An example is as you read, you learn more vocabulary. So that doesn't stop. But the top part is really important for our students because we want to be able to bridge the top, which is the word recognition, with the language. So all that to say that it's important that we address the top part through looking at our foundational reading assessment to show like where are our TK students as it pertains to word recognition, phonological awareness. So let's take a look at where they are currently in our TK level. So our transitional kinder or TK students, by the end of the year, should be able to name more than half of the upper and lowercase letters, recognize some common words such as I, me, orally blend sounds together, orally break apart sounds in the words, recognize letters, have sounds. So that's at the end of the school year. Currently, as a result of us analyzing our transitional kinder foundational reading skills assessment, we're seeing that 60% of our TK students can name more than half of the upper and lowercase letters at this point of the year. 29% of our TK students can recognize some common words. 51% of our TK students orally blend sounds together. 36% currently can orally break apart sounds in words. And 49% of our TK students recognize letters have sounds. So when we think about that flashlight, this is an opportunity right now to really flash the light on this data. It's showing that our TK students are making progress towards the end of the year expectations. So some TK FIRSA data considerations that I do want to point out, and as we highlight that data, we also want to share that our TK cohort is not fully represented of, it doesn't encompass all our students. And that's important to share because when you look at that visual on the right-hand side, you see that our enrollment this year, there's more students enrolled in kinder, first, second, and third grade. So TK currently only represents 1/3 of our students. And it doesn't mean that we don't have other students of TK age within our district. They may just not be participating in a TK classroom setting. They might be in some of our other programs such as Head Start, the Child Development Center, or they might have not entered our district yet. So our current TK students, just to give you some information on who they are, they're less likely to be low SES. They're less likely to be Black, African American, slightly more likely to be white, slightly less likely to be in special education. So we wanted to share this information because, again, we want to call out the quantitative data, but we also want to understand who are the students that we're talking about and who makes up our cohort currently of our TK students. We also want to take into consideration that the state is going to be making some changes this year to the literacy standards and teaching performance expectations. So what we will do as a district is that we'll reevaluate our FIRSA assessment to ensure that it's aligned to reflect the changes that the state is going to make. Again, because they haven't made those changes, we're keeping our TK assessment as is. And so when we think about also, like, what are some of the things that perhaps are helping us with what other student data can we monitor to know if we're on track to meet our goal? We should explore looking at our current year, and that's the data that we're going to look at today, the time of year, mid-year, and that's the data we'll look at today. Where are the students currently? Our current students, so our kinder through third grade, and that relevant and available data. I've talked a little bit about our TK FIRSA data. We are going to look at our iReady data next for grades 1 through 3. And then we'll also review our FIRSA data as it pertains to kinder through second grade. So now looking at goal 1 and reading proficiency, as mentioned, I talked about TK FIRSA. Now let's take a look at FIRSA in kinder, first grade, and second grade. So this graphic helps us track which data we're looking at and for the grade levels. So we're going to stick with our we're going to stick with our FIRSA data. So let's take a look at our current FIRSA data for K, grade 1 and 2. So when we're looking at our targeted cohort, we talked about our TK, but we also want to look at how do students progress into each grade, and what does our FIRSA data tell us about each of the grade levels that we're going to be monitoring for Goal 1. So the first data point for FIRSA that we want to highlight is that when we look at our data, we're seeing that in our foundational reading skills assessment, grades K, 1, and 2 all showed increase in the percent of students that are on track. Kindergarten had the fewest students on track at this time last year, and we've doubled the number that are on track this year. So let's take a look at that data. So when we look at kindergarten, where they were last year, 21% of kindergarten last year was on track at this midpoint. This year, we have 45% of kindergarten that is on track. So that's another flashlight moment to highlight. Also in grade 1 last year, we had 43% of our first graders that were on track on our FIRSA skills. And this year, we have 58% of first grade that is on track. And for grade 2 last year, we had 58% that were on track. And this year, we have 65% that are on track. So some things to just think about also is that, you know, as a research team, we had a discussion around what could contribute. Like besides, you know, we know we've made some changes to professional development this year, but what other things contributed to seeing this positive trend? And we had an opportunity to collaborate with TK and kinder teachers throughout our district to give us input around our foundational reading skills assessment. And so together, we've been able to update the cut points, so allowing more accuracies to be represented. So what that really means is when we're assessing kids, we really need to assess them on the skills that they've been taught versus in the past, we had the skills that they need to know, but not necessarily could we, with 100% accuracy, say that skill has been taught and we're assessing the student. But this year, only skills that have been taught are the ones that are being assessed. So that's a big game changer, and it's more informative, and it helps us make some, you know, makes us think about, like, when we think about the questions, those strategic moves, that was a strategic move.
I just thought maybe we could pause for a moment. So we've looked at the FIRSA data before we move on to some iReady data related to Goal 1. Do you want to test out a couple of questions that you might want to pull from your monitoring inquiry questions? Any questions that come to mind?
Just a point of clarification, Brian. So I just want to be sure, when we look at the 5-year goal, we're starting off with the current TK cohort, right? Okay, so
yes.
If that's the case, how do we account for the slight variance in the demographics of the current TK cohort as compared to the rest of our district? Given that what I think that slide shows is that the current TK cohort is slightly more affluent, slightly whiter in terms of race, and less likely to be receiving SPED services. So just kind of, not to answer right now, but am I interpreting the data correctly?
You are. I do want to point out, and Dr. Madrigal made reference to this. So we also have over 1,000 students participating in either our Head Start programs or our Child Development Center programs. Those programs actually are, I would say, over-representative of our Black African American students, our Hispanic Latinx students, in some cases our students in special education, because our collaborative co-teach takes place in those programs. So we did not pull data because our CDC and Head Start programs do not administer the FIRSA assessment. They do their own assessment called DRDP, which is another assessment that some early learning programs administer. So we can't compare apples to apples with the TK group, but it is something that we have been talking about and thinking about what might that look like, and in fact, collaboration across TK, CDC, Head Start, what might it look like in future years to have more consistent assessments. So regardless of which program they're in, we have some pretty good data on where they're at.
So thank you, Brian, and I just kind of wanted to hear it, right? So given that, again, just how, is there thinking around then does the cohort remain the same in kindergarten, given that there's different feeders into kindergarten? So again, a thinking question, right? So do we then want to consider combining TK cohort data with the other students that are in our system and will be entering kindergarten in our system? Again, you don't have to figure it out today, but that's where I'm coming from on questions.
I'm actually going to go back to we're looking at a growth for the next 5 years of an average of about 4.4. My question is, before, what did we average? What was our yearly growth average for our students in reading?
I mean, I can tell you last year, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe last year our third graders that took the SBAC, 5% more third graders were proficient on SBAC last year than the year before. So that's just one example of kind of a year-over-year growth. Last year was 5% in English language arts on the SBAC assessment. So I would say over years, we've ranged anywhere from some years 6-7%, some years maybe 2-3%. It's averaged probably in that 4 to 5 range.
So we're keeping
time.
the average moving forward because it's about 4.4.
Well, I would say yes, but what we're trying to do right now is actually not create, we're trying to create a 70% or higher proficiency from the very beginning. Meaning we're looking for our TK students, our kindergarten students, to not have to grow 3 or 4% every year. Our goal is that by the end of kindergarten, 75% of our kindergartners are on track where they should be for grade level. That we're not trying to accelerate them, that cohort, but that cohort is actually reading proficient and has the skills from the beginning. I hope that made sense. But the goal is, while we're seeing year-over-year growth within a grade level, we actually want the cohort to be at a proficient level and maintain that proficiency as they go.
So this cohort will test at least 70% when we test them in the third grade, right? That's the goal. Yep.
That's correct. And I think, Board Member Lopez, as we get into the iReady data, we're going to be able to, we have a slide that we will look at where our current third graders are in terms of iReady, and we're going to look back, because I think looking back gives us information on how they've progressed and about how much progress they've made each year. So I think it will give you some insight in regards to possibly where we're heading.
This is on slide 10, it says TK students are less likely to be low SES. I assume that's socioeconomic status, or okay. Didn't want to be wrong.
So you mentioned that between our TK program and Head Start, there are different assessments, but are the learning targets aligned with the across that age group?
There are, so TK has standards that are aligned with state standards for transitional kindergarten. You'll recall that transitional kindergarten is a little bit newer. It's been growing, so more and more students each year are eligible. Our pre-K programs have what are called learning foundations that are also state-developed learning foundations. They're not standards per se. A lot of the same types of content, but as the state transitions to TK being a full year of eligibility, the goal will be that more 4-year-olds are in programs that are aligned to these TK standards, and then that the early foundations are more for 2- and 3-year-olds. So that's kind of the idea. But right now, because we have 4-year-olds in both programs, some are being taught through these TK standards, some are being taught through the early learning foundations, but there is a lot of similarity across the two.
And do we anticipate any kind of learning gap because the numbers show that not as many students are entering our system at 4 years of age, and then we have kids that are starting at kinder, kids that have been with us since TK, and so there's already a possible imbalance?
Yeah, so I would not be worried about our students who are in our CDC and Head Start programs. Those are very high quality programs with great teachers. I think what you're maybe alluding to are students who are not in any of our programs. And we don't know. We don't know where they are currently. They may be in a great home-based program, a private preschool program, and many of them are and come in well prepared. But for those students who are not in any kind of care, where they're not receiving regular instruction and support, not even instruction, but just support around their letters and their numbers and shapes and colors and all those things that we may see as they continue to come into kindergarten, we may see some potential gaps or needs to accelerate. That's always been the case, and that will likely continue to be the case. But one of the things we're trying to do through our Long Beach Early Childhood Education Committee, working across whether it's private, public, home-based, center-based, we're just trying to ensure that all 4-year-olds have a high-quality program so that they are most prepared for kindergarten. But yes, that will continue to be something we'll need to address.
Oh, can I ask just one more quick question? I'm looking at slide 14. I think we've already talked about this, but I just want to make sure that we talk about maybe the potential adult input or just something that's going on geographically in regards to the very large difference of kinder percentage with 21% going all the way up to 45%. And so my question is why such a significant growth?
So I think just referencing the previous slides in regards to like what are those learning conditions that we want for our students. We highlighted, for example, the professional development that our staff is receiving, teachers and site leaders, that continuity. In my other role as a principal supervisor, I shared with the board previously that I've been able to see at very different sites that continuity and the implementation of the professional development at the elementary level. We're seeing that across schools. So regardless of the location of the school, the type of program, we're seeing that those, for example, those routines that we want teachers to implement in early, in our TKK first grade, we're seeing it across. So it's not just one school gets professional development versus others. Everyone's getting an opportunity to engage in that professional development. And I also believe that partnership with teachers and input, allowing that just giving us input on our past practices and our current practices, getting that information from diverse stakeholders is also important to know and contributes to some of these changes.
Plus, we have all that cool new furniture as well, right?
And also, the new furniture, but also, as Brian mentioned, our all-day kindergarten program. We didn't mention that, but that's also important to note, as well as our TK program.
Yeah. Do you happen to have the data for K-2 on how our ELs, our Latino, our Black students performed from grades K-2? Because you gave us on slide 14 the students that are on track for K-2, but I'd like to know what those percentages look like for those subgroups.
We currently don't have that available right now, but we can get that data. Because of the way the goal is written, we didn't call out specific ethnic groups or subgroups, but we can gather that data as well.
I'll also remind you that I believe as part of the superintendent's mid-year evaluation, you also received some data within the last several weeks. And the foundational reading skills assessment data is broken down by subgroup, as Dr. Madrigal just shared. Because Goal 1 is about all students, we are showing the data from the all students perspective, but you do have that data, and we could get that back to you if you needed it.
All right, so moving on from our FIRSA data to our iReady focus, we want to just call out what grades we're going to specifically look at as it pertains to our iReady, because we're using iReady data as a leading indicator. So we are going to spend some time looking at grade 1, grade 2, as well as grade 3. But as a quick reminder, in order to have a good leading indicator, we talked about the data being specific, measurable, and being able to have that data available more than once a year. But also something that's important is that we need to make sure that it's correlated. And so LBUSD correlations between grade 3 students on the iReady Diagnostic 3 and our SBAC scale scores are around 0.70 to 0.84 across all student subgroups. So a strong correlation is anything 0.7 or higher. So we're right there in terms of having it be a strong correlation. So that was one of the reasons we also, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why we listed iReady as a leading indicator. So as we talk about our iReady data, we also want to acknowledge that, and this visual was presented to the board in a January board meeting to really help build this understanding around when we administer the iReady assessment. And so as you were looking at the progress monitoring calendar, which you approved in January, we wanted to get an understanding of when is iReady given and how does it relate to instructional weeks. And so the top part of this visual shows you that last year our administration is slightly different from this year. So what is similar is that we administered Diagnostic 1 in September, and we did that also this year. But last year, Diagnostic 2 was given in January, February, and 50% of instructional weeks had taken place. Compared to this year we administered it earlier in December, and we were at 40% of instructional weeks. Last year, we gave the iReady Diagnostic 3 at the end of the year, and that was about when 100% of instructional weeks had already occurred. And this year, actually next month, we will administer Diagnostic 3, which will be at about 75% of our instructional weeks. You might wonder, well, why the change? Why did we go from administering it last year at the end of the year to March? Well, iReady is a diagnostic assessment. It's intended to inform us and to respond to the data. So when we administer it at the end of the school year, it doesn't give us an opportunity as a system to really look at that data and respond to it. Responses might be, what type of interventions do our students need? What type of professional development? Where do we need to pivot? So by giving it in March, it allows us an opportunity to do that. And iReady is not a summative assessment. We have SBAC, as well as we have other assessments. When we look at our Long Beach Unified assessment matrix, there's a variety, or as I say, a menu of common assessments that you can utilize as summative, like an end of course math exam in a particular grade as an example. So again, our iReady did change, so if you do get asked that question, it's really to be able to respond and give students an opportunity to develop those skills that, as a result of that iReady Diagnostic 3 is saying, like, we need to spend more time on these skills. So it's giving them more time, so the gift of time.
Can you tell me what you mean by summative assessment? I think I understand, but I want to make sure.
So a summative assessment is really an assessment that we're looking at. We're assessing students on all the all the standards for that particular grade at the end of the year, what they were taught the entire year. Now we're evaluating what they learned that year. The diagnostic assessment, we're looking at times of shorter time frames and being able to respond, and then we still have time to teach some of those skills.
So, Dr. Madrigal, just clarification, just to affirm. So, at this point, we shouldn't be comparing this year's iReady assessment data with last year's because they took place at different points of time and weeks of instruction.
Yes, thank you for that clarity. And yes, we should not compare. And that actually is what we shared with our site principals as they were engaging in their collaborative data studies, just around ensuring that they look at the data for this year and not look back. Because next year we'll be able to compare, because we will keep the same time frame, and we'll be able to see how did we do this year, or how did we do this year and then next year. So that will be a fair comparison.
And the same would hold true with parents, family, and caregivers that are worried about why their iReady assessments are looking this year differently than last year, right?
Absolutely. So if I would encourage everyone to remember this visual as you get questions from your different constituents, to think about the why, and it's really grounded in what's best for our students, which is providing what they need in a timely manner and allowing us to respond and give them an opportunity to, again, develop those skills.
Any even speculation as to when, everybody will be at 70%? Will it be before 2028? I'm not saying it very well, but you're trying to get them there quickly, and then they're at least there. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. Obviously, our
Sure.
goal, we would love our third graders this year to be at 70% or more, right? My understanding of the board goal, and when we think about Mr. Crayville's advisement, it's really setting something that is attainable, but yet is going to push our system. And I think currently we're in the mid-40s when it comes to our third grade reading proficiency. So 70% is going to push our system, but it is also attainable. But if we can make 8 or 9 points growth in each of our years of third graders, maybe we can hit that target within 2 or 3 years, maybe not wait for 5. So our goal is always to go faster and always to go higher, but that is the minimum target that we're aiming for at this point.
Okay, so now let's take a deeper dive into our iReady placement for Goal 1. So at Diagnostic 2 for Grade 1, Grade 1 had 19% additional students at and above grade level, while Grade 2 had 16% additional students. So we're looking at where they started in Diagnostic 1 compared to what does the data say about Grade 1 and 2 for Diagnostic 2. So I'm going to pause there to give you an opportunity to just kind of look at that data and what it's showing us. What I also want to note is that the percent of students 2 grade levels or below, it decreased considerably from Diagnostic 1 to 2. So that's another opportunity to do the flashlight and highlight that we're seeing that we're moving students closer to the at or above grade level. So now we want to look at Grade 3. So Grade 3, we're looking also at the iReady data. And so when we examine that group closely, remember that our TK cohort is going to, that our 70% met or exceeded is the Grade 3 that we're kind of looking at for 27-28. But we also want to know, how are our current third graders doing right now? Is that data going to inform possibly where our cohort of TKers could possibly be heading? So let's take a look at that data. So when we look at third grade specifically, we saw that 13% more students are at or above grade level standards during the second diagnostic. So although this is a moderate increase, the proportion of Grade 3 students who began the year at or above grade level was sizable. And so it's important to think about, and I think I'm going to go back to Board Member Lopez's question when you asked, like, how are they doing? How did they do in Grade 1 or 2? So this helps us with the transition into the next slide, which, how does that compare? Like, when our third grade students, so our iReady data for third grade is showing right now that for Diagnostic 2, 55% are at or above. Let's take a look at where were they last year and where were they in first grade. So when we look at where our third graders were in first grade, when our third graders were in first grade, for Diagnostic 1, only 21% were at or above grade level. For the Diagnostic 2, they were at 38% or above. When they were in Grade 2, for Diagnostic 1, they were at 27% met or exceeded, and then when they took Diagnostic 2, then they moved into, we were looking at 48% of them were now at met or exceeded. And so then going back to the previous slide, but we have that data right in front of us, we're seeing that Grade 3 current students, Diagnostic 1, 42% of them met or exceeded, and for the second diagnostic test, they are now 55% of them are met or exceeded.
Let's just pause there for a moment, because this is a really important slide. So let's take a moment, maybe go to your questions, and somebody pick out a question or two, because this slide is very telling.
So why are we seeing obviously tremendous growth from Diagnostic 1 to Diagnostic 2 at these grade levels, but starting off, I'm assuming here, based on where the first diagnostic for grade 1, at kindergarten at such a low percentage, so that we have so much to make up in the first 3 grades by the time we get to our 3rd grade summative assessment?
Yeah, so it's a great question. One of the things, and I would invite anyone to jump in here, but if we think about when these students were in first grade in 21-22, think about our world in the 21-22 school year and where students were, where families were, right? Some of them maybe still just coming off of online learning, spending a year of online learning, some of them choosing to stay online. And versus now these same students 2 years later in 3rd grade, at the midway point, not even the midway point, at the 40% point, more than half of them are on grade level. And we expect with iReady, we see these trends that the on grade level continues to rise as the year goes along because they get more and more instruction. So the fact that we're currently at 55% of our current 3rd graders right now on early or on grade level, to the point of might we even accelerate more our attainment of the 70% goal before 2028? You know, we'll see how things play out, of course, but this is definitely heartening that we're seeing this so early.
And contextually, if I'm extrapolating correctly, these were the kindergartners that were online in 20, right?
If they were in a pre-K, if they were in pre-K or TK, they went home in March. They did all of kindergarten online. And some of them, we had many students who were still doing online the following year in 1st grade. So yeah, these are the students we're talking about.
So I'm going to pause here because we're about to transition into goal 2. And so you've had an opportunity to really look at that quantitative data around our leading indicators, our VERSA, as well as our iReady. And we've talked a little bit about the possible qualitative data or the street data, right, that could be contributing to some of these highlights that we're seeing. So if you have any questions at this point around Goal 1, I invite everyone that's here today to engage in dialogue around the data that we have presented so far before we transition into Goal 2.
I just have one question of sort of our entire team, and I have asked this question as a future question in our advisory group meetings. So I have a wondering question on, I wrote it down. What percentage of our students do not take one of these assessments? And is there any, let me see how I wrote it down. Okay, so what percent of students do not take, in this case, our iReady assessments at particular grades and or by subgroup? And is there any disproportionality amongst our subgroups? So as an example, do less African Americans in particular geography take the iReady assessments? So again, for a future question, I'm curious if that is going on, and if it's, I don't know, a significant percentage of students, how does that then impact any analysis, findings, interventions, if there are particular subgroups of students that are not reflected in the assessments that we're using as leading indicators and or summative indicators? So just who doesn't take these assessments? And then thoughts on what are we doing if that's the case, and what are the implications of that?
I think it'll come up when we look at Goal 2. When we look at Goal 2, we're focusing on the not met students in SBAC, and so we want to make sure that the students take both Diagnostic 1 and 2 so that we can really focus in on their growth. You'll see it on the last slide in this deck, but I think it was I think 90% of the kids had taken the assessment, and we can look at what the significant differences are. But I think it's important. What you're asking is really, is everyone taking the diagnostic? Right. And our participation rate is relatively high. Our participation rate for SBAC is relatively high. You know, so we do have high participation rate, but where it becomes an issue is you need to be in both diagnostics in order to be able to calculate growth, and that's the key.
That's right.
is
Thank you.
you could be individually high on one or the other.
Yep.
It needs to be high on both.
Thank you for lifting that up.
So I think that's a nice segue into goal 2. So I'm going to go ahead and read goal 2, which is our reading acceleration goal. The percentage of students in grades 4 through 8 scoring at the not met achievement level in the prior year who met the scale score growth target on the state SBAC English Language Arts Assessment will increase from 28% in June 2023 to 60% in June 2028. And the leading indicators that we will look at are iReady reading growth for students who scored not met that particular group. We want to also understand, like, this graphic just gives you a visual of who we're monitoring and when we're monitoring, like what grade levels. So this year we're looking at grade 4 at the bottom because they were our students that took us back last year at 3rd grade. So if you recall, the goal is calling out the prior year of students who did not meet. So this is just a really good visual to kind of look at every year and the grade levels that we'll be monitoring. Our next slide takes a look at how many students scored not met on SBAC the prior year. So about 6,900 students across 5 grade levels, so that's about approximately 1/3 of students, scored in the not met range. So when you look at that, and we wanted to just really hone in on that not met range, we look at it, you can look at it by grade level, starting with 3rd grade, because again, that is the first year that students take SBAC, all the way through 8th grade. So I'm gonna pause there for you to just kind of look at that data.
I actually have a question for you, all board members, related to that data. So which grade level is indicated there has the highest percentage of students in the not met range last year? What is it? 4th grade, right? So let's think back to 2020, 2021, 2022. So these were our students who were online 1st grade. And anyone who's been in elementary, 1st grade is such a critical year when you think about learning how to read. The skills, the foundational reading skills in 1st grade are probably the most essential. Obviously, kindergarten is important. Kindergarten isn't required in the state of California. 1st grade is the first required grade level. And so for all these students who were online only for most of, if not all of the year in 1st grade, now you see, and those are the students that we're continuing to think about intervention and supports. We'll probably be thinking about intervention and supports all the way through their graduation. But I think it's important when you look at the data, you put it in the context, right, of students' experience, and this is just one example. Their online year of 1st grade is part of their story.
And aren't we about to have 4-year-olds required to be in school? I mean, isn't that part of the legislation that's been talked about?
So there's been conversation over multiple years about requiring kindergarten.
Yeah.
It's been passed a few times and vetoed by the governor because of worries about cost and space available. So as of right now, even though TK is expanding, it is still optional, as is kindergarten.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add, when we talk about our students, and thank you for bringing up some of the factors that maybe contribute to this data. When we think about TK and kindergarten, a lot of what students do during those formative years is that they do a lot of play, they practice language, and when we think about how our units are written now, it involves a lot of language development through play. And so if students are online, what is missing? It's that opportunity to engage, the opportunity to learn those social skills that later really transfer over to how quickly they're able to pick up the phonological awareness. So it's a combination. I think that's important to share that. So our next slide takes a look at who are the students that are in the not met. So who were the students that scored not met? And so when we look at the who, we're looking by ethnicity. So this gives you an opportunity of the students in our district that are enrolled. So for example, our Hispanic Latinx students, 59% of our enrollment is Latinx students. And our students, for example, that did not meet, when I look at this visual, it really tells me that there's an overrepresentation of our Latinx, Hispanic, African American, Black students in the not met. So as we're monitoring this data, it's critical that we not only ensure that we're seeing progress, but that we're not seeing that the not met category is getting larger with the representation of our Black and brown students. So that's really important to make note of, and that we as a department, as a district, are going to be monitoring that closely. Yes?
And I just want to, I think all of you were talking about this, but I remember specifically Mr. Miller and Dr. Benitez's conversation about this goal 2. And while we were talking about the not met category, one of the wonderings was how can we ensure that we're really focusing on our Black, African American, Hispanic, Latinx students in those middle years and accelerating growth of them without calling out specifically those subgroups? Could this goal 2, almost become an approximation of that concern that you exhibited? So I think this slide right here does show you that in our system right now, that the students in grades 4 through 8 who are Hispanic, African American, are overrepresented in the not met category, which I believe, I don't want to speak for you, but that was, I believe, part of your impetus for wanting to set this goal.
I mean, Mr. Miller just leaned over and he said, this is exactly what we were talking about at that meeting, right? So almost by demographic coincidence, any and all interventions and or strategies fall into targeted universal strategies for Black and Latinx students in terms of this goal.
Yeah.
It's all on you, Mr. Lund, Dr. Lund, 4 through 8.
And I want to be clear too, because first off, I think that this visual is helpful, but I don't want people to misinterpret what they're seeing. Where on the left side, it's talking about all enrollment. That is the demographics of the entire district. And on the right side, it was of the kids who did not meet reading proficiency. This is the breakdown. This is not saying that 69% of our Hispanic students did not meet reading proficiency, but I think that's how it could be quickly misinterpreted. And so I want to make sure that it's very clear that, yes, it shows the differences between all of the students in the Long Beach Unified School District and the ones that did not meet, but unfortunately, we still see very much those demographic disparities.
So, Mr. Miller, thank you. So I'm going to build on that. So if we go back to the previous slide then, for the 4th grade, which according to this data is the grade where more students have not met, if we were to extrapolate the next slide, a higher percentage of Black and Latinx students would be part of that 35% in the 4th grade.
Correct. Hence that 3 out of 10.
Now for our final slide, we want to look at our iReady mid-year growth for the prior year SBAC not met students. So of students scoring not met on SBAC the prior year, 35% of the students met accelerated growth on the iReady. So we've broken it down by grade level so that you're able to see that data. So just as a reminder that the 27-28 board goal, we want we want to see an increase of 60% of students that are making that accelerated growth. So this is just a snapshot.
So I'm going to ask the question now again. So what was the grade level that had the highest percentage of students at the not met category? They're currently in grade 4, right? Last year, 3rd graders. Which grade level is seeing the highest percentage of students meeting accelerated growth? Same 4th grade. So again, going to the idea of intervention, the things that Mr. Zaid and his team are working on, had the largest percentage of students not met, and that group is showing the largest accelerated growth towards their iReady target. So again, promising. The why, there's a lot of reasons we could get into the why, but again, promising that we're identifying students most at need, at promise, and we're then providing some of those resources that's showing up in the accelerated growth.
Brian, kind of putting it another way, going back to your earlier connection to our previous board conversation about which students we're targeting or we're trying to target here. In essence, and it builds on Mrs. Lopez's question about what is our historical natural growth rate. In essence, if we only focus on growth rate, which is important, and learning acceleration, it doesn't necessarily address any equity gaps that we have. In other words, if our overall district is accelerating our learning at 5% a year, as an example, and then we look at the historical trend in 5 years and we say, hey, we got to 70%, but we're not also addressing the inequities because we have a disproportionate number of black and brown students that are not meeting, it sort of defeats the purpose of the spirit of what we're trying to get at here, because the majority of our students are black and brown students and our SES students, and a big percentage are ELs and our other subgroups. So I like that the way the board goal was written captures the spirit without necessarily juxtaposing one subgroup against another subgroup. So I think our marching orders as a collective team here are very clear, right? That we have a high disproportionate percentage of 4th through 8th graders that are not meeting, and the highest percentage of those are black and brown students.
I think it's also important to note that in the last 5 years, the district has received a lot of federal funding, and we've spent millions of dollars in intervention programs and supports for students. So this is also the result of all of the supports that have been in place.
Stuff that I've read recently, many districts throughout the nation take that money and use it for other reasons. I mean, for other purposes, and so it undermines what they could be doing. And I mean, I can't give you the name of a district, but just like some districts discourage, and charter schools especially, discourage students from coming to school on test dates when they would score poorly and they break down the averages. And I think that's well documented.
So at this time, we're going to take an opportunity to answer any questions that you may have. But I also, again, I encourage and welcome dialogue from everyone that's here today in regards to any questions that are posed or any reflections that you've had around some of the data.
Yeah, just really quickly too, this is more for my own curiosity from, and I will say that it's probably more anecdotal than it is based on some of our data that you've provided. But I would be curious to know the genders of our students that are underperforming, because unfortunately we've seen a higher number of our black and brown boys in particular being involved in some difficult and nefarious interactions, to say the least. And so I'd just be curious to see if there is some disparities between our male students to our female students. No, to no fault of our own, but I'd be curious to see if there is some linkage there as well.
Okay, well, if we don't have any other questions or comments, we'll take a break for lunch. I want to thank you for the presentation. I always appreciate how data is used to tell a story. I think that's one of the things, one of my favorite things I've learned from you. But anyhow, so we're going to, can we be back here by 1 if possible, or 1:05? So the goal is 1:05, we reconvene. So thank you, everyone. See you then. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
And the legal team is here, so we're good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We will get right into it. I will invite Mr. Moskovitz to lead us into the next presentation.
Thank you, President Craighead. Yeah, so I am kicking us off here this afternoon on behalf of Dr. Jay Camarino, who's unfortunately out ill today. But he and his team have really been working hard on this next topic. So we are talking about equitable grading in Long Beach Unified. This is actually going to be a topic that you're going to engage in as a board over the next 3 board meetings. We're going to start today talking a little bit about the process that the Long Beach team has engaged in. You'll hear about that today. At our next board meeting, March 6th, you'll have an opportunity to review a draft board policy on grading that will be an information-only item, and then you'll come back to an action item, if all goes well, and you are inclined to do so, to adopt the board policy at the March 20th meeting. So this is really an exciting time and an exciting opportunity to have this discussion, especially in light of the conversation we started with this morning. So I want you to go back to the conversation this morning related to thinking about our strategic plan and our vision and our portraits. And there were a few things that I just was writing notes as the conversation was taking place today. So one of the items in the system portrait was creating an equitable system. So that's foundational to when we think about the system portrait. And one of the aspects of the adult portrait was creating that our adults need to be adaptable, lifelong scholars themselves. And so when we think about, sometimes in any profession, when we do something long enough, we kind of get set in the way we do it. It's always worked that way. Especially when we talk about in education, if we experience it as students, and then we're experiencing it as teachers, that's just kind of how we've always done it. But we need all the adults in our system to be adaptable, lifelong scholars. Strategy 3, part of the language in Strategy 3 said that we need to eliminate barriers to equitable access. And then, Dr. Benitez, you said something earlier today. You said, reflection is not enough. The one I wrote down, though, in quotes, I quoted you. You said, reflection is not enough. We need action. And you used the word praxis, I believe, right? That's probably a college level term. I'm not exactly sure I know what that means, but.
As long as you give me credit for it, and then I can cite the original source.
Oh, there you go. So what's exciting about this opportunity today is we're bringing all that together. This is talking about how do we disrupt inequities that have been in place in our system for a long time. And what's really awesome about this is sometimes when we talk about equity, there are people in any community across our country, and probably in our community as well, who think if you help some students, you're taking away from others. And actually, this conversation is one of the best examples of nobody is going to lose in this situation. In fact, every student is going to have these equal opportunities, equitable opportunities to be graded in a fair way that represents their work. So this is not a some win and some lose. This is everybody will receive the same benefit. Just before I hand it off to this awesome team next to me, I want to thank, really this has been a 2-year-long process, and actually Vanitha and I we were talking earlier, this is almost 2 years since we started this conversation about equitable grading in Long Beach. And it started with Dr. Chris Brown in the research department, Dr. Christy Kale in OCIPD, and their teams coming together. As they both went off onto the next journeys in their life, they kind of handed it off to Dr. Tiffany Brown, who kind of helped shepherd it into this school year. Myself, Dr. Camarino, just continuing the conversation. But we were just, and all those people I just mentioned were just there to support, because really there was an amazing team of staff and leaders, teachers, parents that you're going to hear about who've really carried this work forward. So let's go through a couple of these. Our purpose is to share the journey and comprehensive inputs in the design of an equity-aligned grading policy. I started referencing some of our work in relation to the strategic plan and the portraits, but there's also a really strong connection to our equity and our excellence in equity policy. And I'd actually like if one of our board members wouldn't mind to turn on their mic and read that paragraph on the left, if you don't mind.
It comes up differently on my. LBUSD acknowledges that institutional, historical, and systemic harms have contributed to disparities in student growth, social and emotional experiences, disciplinary actions, retention, academic achievement, graduation rates, A through G course completion, and an overrepresentation of BIPOC students in special education within LBUSD and school districts across the country. As a large educational system, we are responsible for and committed to identifying and rectifying any harmful institutional, historical, or systemic practices.
So as the conversation unfolds today, while today is more about the process that we've gone through over the last 2 years, in 2 weeks, we'll come to you with the actual draft board policy for you to review and provide input on, followed by the action item at our March 20th meeting. This really is grounded in our excellence and equity policy. It really is grounded in how do we disrupt systems that have been in place for generations that really do not allow students to have those equitable opportunities. So with that, I'm happy to, our final goal here for you all, you're going to gain that understanding of the process and the timeline today in the development of the proposed grading policy. An awesome team here, down one, so along with Dr. Camarino, I believe one of our other members up here is not feeling so great. But Mr. Madrigal, Sal Madrigal, and Dr. Vinitha Chandrasekhar are here to represent. They've got some amazing teachers behind me as well. Just wanted to be known, this is definitely like the Madrigal Day, right? We're calling this like the Madrigal Day. We had Dr. Veronica Madrigal and now Mr. Sal Madrigal. Take it
Brian,
away.
so Mr. Madrigal's journey, I'm gonna take you back 25 years, Mr. Madrigal. And it's in the context of equitable grading practices and policies. He was at the time the chair of La Raza Student Association at CSULB, and part of their big sort of activities was a high school outreach effort. And he would single-handedly, with a lot of volunteers and help, bring hundreds of high school students. And among the top 3 themes, I'm not going to call it the number one, but among the top 3 themes were, and he would have conversations about this, by the time that they were coming to our campus, they were ineligible because of grades. So a huge conversation on our campus was, what do we do for students that are barely being exposed to these college opportunities, in our case, the neighborhood campus, in spite of not being able to address the inequity in our grading, knowing full well that our admissions policies were structurally preventing many of our students of color, in this case, the high school students that Sal would do outreach to, from even stepping foot on our campus, other than to visit a friend, or aspire to coming one day.
And that's great. And I appreciate it as you say that, because it makes me, there may be some who are watching this now, will watch this later, that will have this perception that this is about grade inflation, that this is about just giving something to somebody that hasn't earned it. That's not what it's about at all. In fact, what this is about is giving every student an opportunity to be able to show mastery towards state standards in a fair and equitable way. So it's not about grade inflation. It's not about just giving students something they haven't earned. But we do need to make sure that we're doing it in a way that actually meets students where they're at. And so with that, Mr. Madrigal, take it away.
Thank you. And Dr. Benitez, thank you for the walk down memory lane. Luchar para aprender, aprender para luchar. Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Good afternoon, President Craighead, board members, senior team, and to our broader Long Beach Unified School District community. It is a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Salvador Madrigal, Program Administrator in the Middle School's office, and today I'm joined by Dr. Vinitha Chandrasekhar from the Research Office, Ms. Renee Brown, teacher at CAMS, and Mr. Andrew Huizar, teacher at Cabrillo High School. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the journey and the efforts for comprehensive input to help with the design of the proposed grading policy. As Mr. Moskowitz indicated, the foundation of the grading policy is rooted in the ideals of our district's excellence and equity policy. The commitment to practices that achieve excellence and equity across our system was the driving force behind this collective effort. I want to make sure. To help set the stage, I would like to have you watch this short video in which 3 of our secondary teachers at Lakewood High School Stanford Middle School, and Tincher K-8 discuss the importance of grading and equitable practices to help properly assess and meet the needs of our students across our system.
Grading equitably is looking at the student and their learning as a whole, and then from there really assessing what is the proper grade to go with that. So you're considering their learning, not just exactly what they on a certain assignment.
We have a responsibility as teachers that each of our kids has not just an opportunity to learn, but the opportunity to be assessed appropriately and to be assessed the same as we are assessing every other student. If there are some students who don't have the support at home that maybe other kids do, or don't have access to the materials that other students do, we need to make sure that we eliminate all those things from our calculus as we're trying to determine their grade, so that each kid is being assessed the same way.
Say a student fails an essay the first time, I allow them to revise it. In fact, it's a requirement. Say they got a 50 on it, and then on the revision, they earned a 65. After that, there's a third revision, and we continue to do that until a level of content mastery is achieved. But what I don't do is average those 3 grades. So what's accepted is the final product, the latest and best work, and that is what they're graded on. So it's a reflection of real-world practices and working toward content mastery.
So I've extended late work because there are many things that happen in students' lives, bad days, personal issues. So I've extended it through the quarter. I have incorporated fewer deductions for late work, so eased up on some of those areas.
When you begin to think about changing your grading policy or your ideas about grading, the question that I always have in my mind is, what is the grade supposed to represent? In my class, the grade that I give each student has to represent their understanding, their achievement, their attainment of the language arts standards. It may be a little bit more work if I have to grade a quiz that I've already graded or read an essay that I've read before. But what I found is that the quality of work that I'm getting is much better, and so it's much more enjoyable.
I would recommend that a teacher only use grading policies that they understand and to seek understanding before they employ them, whether it be weighted grades, whether it be a traditional grading policy, whether it's scaled grading, that we understand how these grades are calculated. If we were computers and we were supposed to just spit out percentages, then we would not need to have teachers. We could have robots. So our job is really to not be that robot and to be able to properly assess the whole child.
I really recommend teachers do not grade kids whatsoever on participation or behavior or award extra credit, because it feeds into the point system. A 96.7 is not statistically significant to a student who gets a 97.4. And I think that's more equitable to all stakeholders, because again, we're grading competency, not compliance, and then what occurs within these 4 walls in this institution.
The message that I gave my students from day one was that I want their best work. With that understanding, they approach each assignment a little bit differently. They're not just doing an assignment because it's due on this certain day. They're doing an assignment because it's an opportunity for them to show me what they know. You have to be open to the fact that your classroom is going to look a little bit different and your workflow is going to be a little bit different. In the end of the day, it's what's best for kids, and I believe that 100%. This is what's best for kids.
Thank you to Ms. Corin Hickey, Mr. Hank Waddles, and Mr. Kevin Allen for your commitment to our students. And while I'm at it, also to Chris Itzen and team for their hard work and support. I would like to bring your attention, oops, wrong one, there we go. I would like to bring your attention to this timeline. This timeline helps highlight the information that will be referenced throughout the duration of our time together. Our goal is to shed light on the 2-year trajectory to meaningfully engage and capture the voice of students, parents, teachers, and administrators throughout the secondary level. I want to give credit where credit is due. Here are the names of the facilitators that did the bulk of the work to help engage with students, parents, and teachers and administrators last year. I want to thank Missy Sykes and Dr. Vanita Chandrasekhar for helping with the transition and the continued engagement. There was a lot of momentum that was built in from previous years, and the team this year wanted to do justice to everyone's effort and intentionality around it. Here is a table showing the efforts of the equitable grading policy team to meaningfully engage with a variety of groups. I personally have had the pleasure of engaging with teachers throughout the book study and focus group discussions. I also had the opportunity to introduce this work at the January Sankofa Parent Village meeting, and I look forward to returning to engage them and other listed groups here with the once approved grading policy and the Long Beach Unified Grading and Reporting Guidelines. Our goal is to elicit ongoing feedback and be responsive to the need for clarity for this continued work. I am going to welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar to discuss some student and parent focus group findings.
Good afternoon, Board President Craighead, members of the board, and the senior team. Thank you for having us here. We're really excited to share our journey and talk about the engagement we've had with students, parents, and teachers. First of all, I want to kind of give a big thank you to all the OCIPD and research staff who supported all of the focus groups and with the transcription of all of the information from the different groups. And first of all, I want to give a big shout out to Missy Sykes because she took all of the data from all of the focus groups, and now she's an assistant principal at Hart. We miss her dearly. But she did a lot of work in kind of coming up with the themes, with the data analysis, and kind of sharing some of the information that's right here. One of the things that we did is, with the focus groups, we made sure, we kind of reached out to the different schools and had them at each of the district levels, at the District 1 through 5, and we spoke with these students at the middle and the high schools. When we asked the principals to identify the names of the students or identify these students, it wasn't just the high-achieving students or the low-achieving students. We had a range of students to see who were the ones who would give us the most information. The one thing that came out is these students are articulate, they're really caring about their learning, and they want to succeed. And it was amazing, and having been part of the Vision 2035, I know the student voices are huge, and they really make a difference, and they give us perspectives that we normally wouldn't have. So I appreciate and a shout out again to all of these students. We did this over a process of over a year and a half working with all of these students. What we want to kind of share is some of the information. These are just a couple of quotes from a multitude of quotes from the students. They feel they should have opportunities to learn from their mistakes. They know they're not get it right, they won't get it right the first time around, but they're okay with learning and moving on. It's all about the growth mindset. They also know that if they make mistakes and they can't learn from it, they kind of just withdraw and they don't want to do anything else. These are a lot of times are disengaged students who feel it's like, okay, I can't learn anymore, so I'm not going to even try. Some of the things that they shared was the grades should represent mastery. They really believed that when they are trying to learn something, it should be about mastery. And they should be given opportunities to resubmit. They also kind of talked about the fact that there wasn't consistency among all the teachers. So some teachers may allow some used scaled grading, others used traditional. Some had retake and resubmissions, others did not allow that. It was like, you're done. This is the due date, you're done. Some accepted late work, others didn't. And they felt that the assessments weren't always aligned to instruction. So this was a huge group. And the questions we had asked them is, what do you think is the purpose of the grades? What does it mean to you? How often do you have the opportunity to resubmit? And what does a 0 mean to you in terms of grades? So these were some of the focus questions. They also felt that if they missed work, it was really hard for them to make up the work sometimes. And extra credit was just more work, not the learning of the work, of what was the essential standards. They felt that, yes, late work sometimes the teachers had to do a lot more work, but they also felt that there are certain reasons why they were not able to turn work in on time. Like some of the voices from our teachers, it's like students have different different activities going on. They have different responsibilities at the end of the day. Some of them work late and they get home late because they have to take school buses. So the thing is, a lot of times, and if all the teachers are giving assignments, they really have a hard time keeping up with them. And I can see the teachers nodding out here. So this has been like a common sense of what they have said. They also felt that it causes them a lot of stress and anxiety. And some of the students, as we were talking to them, they said, our parents sometimes don't understand what we're going through, why we're getting these grades. There's so much to do. And a lot of times it becomes more about compliance versus learning. And so those are some of the things that I think we need to take into consideration as we look at some of these policies. And again, missing work or late work is a huge piece. We also reached out to a lot of our parent focus groups. We went to different groups, and there were some groups that we still want to go back to and kind of get more information. And we asked the parents the same thing. What is the purpose of the grades? What does it mean to you? What does it, and when you see it, your child's grade, what do you kind of understand from that? And how clear are the grading policies? Clarity was a huge piece. It's like, a lot of times parents and students didn't understand what the grading policy was, whether it was communicated clearly, whether they understood if there was options for retakes or resubmissions, what were the penalties for late work. A lot of them weren't sure about it, and that's something that even the parents felt. And when we asked the parents, how often does your child miss assignments, they felt there was a lot of times because they had other responsibilities. So that was another major area that they focused on. And they all wanted to know, can their children make up the assignments? So these are some of the quotes from the parents. They felt that the grading policies were general and inconsistent from class to class, teacher to teacher. And it's really hard for them to know. It's like in math, I'm allowed to retake it. In English language arts, I'm not allowed to retake it. In science, I get a 0 for not turning work in. So they were confused. They were confused about the difference between scaled and traditional. Why does an 85 here is an A and an 85 here is a B? They were confused about all of these pieces. And for the parents, when they have 3 or 4 children, the inconsistency becomes really hard for them to understand. And it's not fair for them to have to kind of reach out and find out what this means. And then the other piece that came out is there was a lot more emphasis on tests, and sometimes, and I'll vouch for it, some of us are not good test takers. We can articulate and explain things a lot better than taking assessments. So that was another piece of anxiety and stress that the parents felt that their children had. And then again, homework. A lot of these students have activities after school, sports after school, taking the bus, and then homework sometimes becomes they're staying up really late. So those were some of the areas that the parents really focused on. And the themes, the parent themes that came out is the policy should be consistent across all classes, subjects in schools. And there shouldn't be a penalty for late work. There should be an option to turn things in. Yes, sometimes there may be a reason, but at least getting to know what the reason was and why the work was turned in late. The syllabus needs to be clear so that the parents and the students, everybody knows exactly what the expectations are for that course. And we've had offline conversations with a lot of other parents, and they have felt it's really hard to understand what is consistent and what the actual policy is. The grades should be consistent. An A in one class should be an A in another class or another school. So these were some of the things. And they again talked about the students having responsibilities after school and at home. So they just wanted to make sure that their students had an equitable option of learning in the school systems. I'm going to hand it over to Renee Brown, and she's one of our teacher focus group people.
Hello. Okay. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm going to go over some of the quotes at the top from teachers, and then kind of go over the themes that we were, all encompassing. So at the top, we have the question: how do we make sure kids in the same school, same building, same district are being held at the same standard as the next door teacher who teaches the same thing? I think that is a big issue as well. And so some of the responses, I'm really happy we're having this conversation because we all know we're doing it differently. And I think it's a big equity issue across the district if we're all dealing with this complex issue in different ways. So I'm glad that we are starting to have this conversation and finding answers to how to make it more equitable and how to streamline all of these complexities, which is true. We are having these conversations informally on our campuses. And some of the themes that came across from our focus group and also from the book study, some of the things that Vanita has shared with us, the purpose of grading, why are we doing it, is for students to gain the proficiency and mastery. Consistency across courses, classes, within departments as well. Missing or late work, that's a continued conversation we have every year. Assessments, allowing students to retake assessments and resubmit without penalty. But as we know, that policies vary from school to school, class to class, and also within grade levels and departments. And the biggest issue we still have conversations about is the zeros. Majority of teachers do assign zeros if work is not submitted, and a few have indicated zeros are assigned if students cheat on an assignment, but rather the lowest score a student can receive should be 50%. So those are the ongoing themes that we as teachers in the focus group and in the book study continue to have conversations about, and they could be very heated. As well, because we all have our strong moral values and how we feel about grading. So that's pretty much what we kind of took away from the book study.
Thank you, Renee. So for all of our board members, we provided you with a copy of the book, Grading for Equity by Joe Feldman. And this book, it really has paved the way. It's assisted us with diving deep into our conversations with teachers and making sure we all understand and really ground ourselves with next steps. And again, here you see some of the individuals that have joined us in terms of the K-8 and middle school. Here you have our high school group. This came out of an inquiry at the end of last year, and the first chapters 1 through 6, were covered via Zoom, correct?
No, we met face-to-face.
Got it. It was face-to-face during summer.
During the summer.
And then myself, Vanitha and Eddie, we've had the pleasure of joining the book study now in person, starting in November is when we took this on. So you see some of the dates that we've already covered. It's still definitely very much a work in progress in getting to further understand where we are. Chapters 1 through 6 dive pretty heavily on the history of grading, and chapter 7 and 8 are more along the lines of equitable grading practices, the impact of the zero, and the need for there to be a different grading scale supporting students. So again, we have a few more to continue into the spring semester. Now, from this book study, what we decided to do is make sure that we had a focus group come of these individuals. And we wanted to make sure that it was representative of all of our levels. So making sure that it was several from middle school, several from high school, making sure that we were looking at, for example, making sure that we had the special ed lens in the room, making sure that we had a math teacher, making sure that we had teachers there that can speak and can represent not only their department but their school across the board. Okay, so that's part of it. And here you have the representatives that volunteered and have stepped up to champion this work. I want to call out that there are a lot of not only these individuals, but individuals within the book study that have expressed that a lot of the principles of the book of the grading policy are already in development or in the works at their school site. But it's definitely, it just varies so differently. It varies from, for example, the experience of the staff, of the teachers within the department. It varies from principals that have been there 1 to 2 years versus principals that have been there 6, 7, 8 years. So this is this has been an ongoing conversation for us to make sure that we're looking at it through the lens of ensuring that there is a representation across the board, and it's not necessarily by luck that a certain student has an experience in so-and-so's class, and ensuring that it's equal across the board, across all of our school sites. So here you have this brief timeline as to what's next. And here we are today. But again, as Mr. Moskowitz mentioned, I look forward to you engaging around this proposed policy. And just know that there is a team ready to further engage around what are the needs in order for this to be a smooth rollout, not only for next year, but really capitalizing on the amount of time that we have left throughout this year. So there are a lot of conversations around making sure that we have videos to help engage teachers, students, parents. Again, returning to engaging with teachers and parents so that they understand and they can ask those questions and really give us feedback on what they need in order for us to effectively roll this out. So the goal is to ensure that our schools have a game plan into April and May so that they can collectively understand this is what we are, this is where we are going to go ahead and hold ourselves to. And the goal is making sure that come summertime, that's done and taken care of, so that when we start up the year, these practices are already a part of our way of being. Now, with that, we also have to keep in mind that we're going to have teachers that are going to be hired through the summer and into August and September. So have a game plan as to how we are going to onboard incoming teachers. And one of the final pieces that I would like to bring up here too is it's been really nice to experience and hear the authentic conversation with teachers at either the book study or the focus group. One of the ones that for me really stands out was an opportunity for teachers to look at Canvas together and learn from each other right there on the spot, and their aha moment of saying, oh my goodness, I unintentionally have been harming students because I didn't know that Canvas allows for the following. And if we think of, and again, reflection came around that, and if we think of the development of our Canvas platform, it came out of necessity. It came during a time frame where we were desperate for a system to help us given the challenges ahead. Not to walk down that memory lane, but 2 weeks before Canvas implementation, principals were learning it. 1 week before the school year started, teachers were learning it. And it really is time for us to go back to the Canvas platform and ensure that we all fully understand exactly how it's supposed to work for the better of all of our students across our system. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to give you an overview of what's been done so far, and we open it up to any questions that any of you may have.
I don't have a question, but I think I'm struggling with the consistency in grades. Granted, I'm going to be reading this book. I haven't, but I definitely believe in equity. But one of the bullet points you have is that grades should be consistent, and what happens basically in Class A in the same grade level should be happening or being. Students should be graded the same way in another class. I think where I'm struggling is what does that look like in the same grade, in the same subject in the school, in the west side, in the north side, and then compared to the school in the east side. So the populations that you may be dealing with are going to be different. And then we expect our students in the east, west side, and north side to perform at the levels that we're expecting the kids, and in other schools, say in the east side, perform. I think that it also takes away from teachers being able to know their students and to understand their unique situations or whatever the case is, and allow the teachers the flexibility to work with the students that they have in the classroom. So I think I'm struggling with that, just because I'm not the one size fits all. So this is kind of what at least the bullet points seem to allude to. And I think the other thing is I'd like to know if we've had any communication with at least when it comes to the high schools, with the colleges, to see what they're thinking, how this may impact students who are moving on to higher education, or to our community colleges, our state schools, our UCs.
Thank you for that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew. I graduated from Lakewood High School as a Merit Scholar in 2016, and now I work as a math teacher at Cabrillo High School for 9th and 10th graders. It's been a journey. From my experience, this is my second year with Long Beach Unified, my third year teaching. Very drastically different points from how I grew up in the Merit Scholar program with taking APs versus the students I currently teach. In what our school has different pathways, and so my pathway isn't acclaimed to be the one that has all the APs. Usually my students go into lower level math classes, and that's something that we're starting to talk about, definitely. But I think that this is what I've experienced with this policy and the focus group and the book studies, that this is a good start. From my experience within the math department now, there wasn't any really talk of grading, and I'm fortunate enough to have colleagues that I work closely with, especially just between my subject area. But I think this is a good start to start the vertical conversations. I teach my 9th and 10th graders subsequently. So when they're 10th graders, I taught them a year ago. And so I kind of know, they know what to expect from me, but I haven't really had conversations or the chance to talk with my 11th grade and 12th grade teachers, because seemingly this is like a hot zone or something to talk about, especially if bringing up the word grading. That's definitely you start getting comments and everything. But I think that the policy, what I've read from, it still allows for the flexibility for teachers to know who their students are, but still hold them to standards, consistent standards throughout the district, especially if we're using the same pacing guide as our fellow high schools in any area. But that's from my experience. Thank you.
I think what you're speaking to when I think about the consistency is probably like percentages. In certain classes, maybe an 85 is considered an A, and then in certain classes, the 90 is considered an A. And so there's the huge discrepancy between what you can earn and then what that looks like in a letter grade. And I agree with you that there should be some baseline all across the board as far as categories are concerned. Because as a parent, that could be a little confusing, especially if you have kids at multiple school sites where the same class could look vastly different. Yeah, that's all I want to speak to on that one.
So one of the things I also, to answer your question, consistency would probably be in the same content area. It might be ELA, might be different to math, might be different to different areas. But at the end of the day, it's about the student's mastery. And if we're kind of moving towards that, giving the students a chance to kind of retake, resubmit, revise, learn from the mistakes, kind of improve. And like we heard one of our teachers say in the video, be able to kind of refine their learning, I think is where we want to go with. And so it doesn't matter which part of Long Beach the students are, it's about their learning, their mastery and proficiency in the standards that we would need to kind of focus on.
One thing I would just add, so today is more about the timeline over the last couple of years, the amount of engagement that the team has taken part in. March 6th, you'll have an opportunity to, as an information item, see the draft policy and the guidelines that have been developed. So there's extensive guidelines that have been developed by this team that I think we'll be able to present, probably Mr. Madrigal and Dr. Chandrasekhar and others will be able to present on the 6th. And I think you'll all have a little bit better context of some of the details. If you're able to read the book between now and then, that would be helpful, but it's not necessary because we'll provide you the salient points. But today we really wanted you to hear about the process and the engagement timeline that's taken place over the last 2 years.
So I read the book, Mr. Moskowitz, and I think two things that I want to highlight just to make sure that I'm understanding the intent here of ultimately what we want to achieve in terms of more equitable grading, both through practices but also by policy so that we can uphold the standards, right? One highlight of the book for me is the extent to which our traditional grading has caused harm, right? And so I love that we start the conversation today anchored in our equity policy around acknowledging we've caused harm, right? And one of the ways that we've caused harm to students is by our inequitable grading policy. All the research shows today that traditional grading rubrics cause harm. Right, so that's one thing that the book, what we end up with, we can talk about, debate, focus groups. And so if we have policies that don't undo the harm that traditional grading has caused, then we are not able to have conversations about best practices, what works for this classroom, what works at this grade level, what works for these students in this part of town. Because that's where I think the flexibility is absolutely what I'm hearing, not just needed, but is at the core of why then these focus groups are important to us. So I do think that the book highlights at least, look, we've done harm with traditional grading, and there are models for best practices that, again, what we end up adopting and utilizing, we can have more conversations about that. But I want to affirm a couple things that I think I'm hearing, both from our teachers here and from the extensive work that's gone into this. If we as a district are going to through our schools are going to hold the highest expectations in terms of quality of instruction, in terms of mastery and learning, the graduate portrait is very clear in what we want to aspire for students to graduate our district with. Then I think what we're trying to get at here with the grading policy is the equity is anchored in being fair in our practices, right? And we need to hold ourselves accountable for fairness, both at an administrative level, at an executive level, and in the classroom, right? By having uniformity, all right? And that doesn't mean that an A is an A is an A is an A everywhere, but that we're understanding the value of assignments, of homework, of assessments on the same terms, right? And on the ground floor. That there is value in what we're giving academic credit for. I mean, you spoke to, if you're getting extra credit for something that has nothing to do with what we're supposed to be learning in that lesson, then what's the value of the extra credit, right? If you're not allowed to turn in homework late in 3 classes and in 1 class you are, well, the word on the street data is going to be, that's the easy teacher. How do we get into that class, right? Or avoid that class because that is the hardest teacher. Right, and we know what that ends up with. All of us know, right? We're having the same conversations in higher ed. So I want to affirm that that's what this is about. That's what we're trying to anchor this in. And then what we end up with then becomes a conversation. We pivot, and then we provide some guidance, I guess, at the board level when we ultimately, if the goal here is to adopt a new policy. But I don't want that to be lost on us that what we were doing as a district in terms of grading, through no individual fault, it's a system failure, is causing harm to students. Because look, at the end of the day, and we know this in higher ed, Board Member Lopez said, I wonder what the UCs and CSUs are thinking. Well, what the UCs and COCs know is that in some districts that don't have the demographic profile that we do, they're inflating grades to make sure that those students that are not representative of our district get into the most prestigious universities. I mean, the literature is clear that Harvard was giving A's to basically everyone in certain departments and in certain programs. That grad schools, if you get a B in grad school, it's like getting an F. All right? And so because we lost sight of what is it that we're trying to measure, what is it that we're trying to assess, what value do these assessments bring? And ultimately, to me, the ultimate failure is if we're denying the dream, the hopes, the aspirations of students, and leaving it up to the discretion of an arbitrary grade, then we're going to have parents here all the time, as principals and teachers know, why did my student get this grade, right? And then they're going to hear, well, I heard in another class that a 79 is an A in the other class. How is that possible? Why isn't my student in that class? And I heard that at the other school across town, they're just passing out A's to all 3rd graders, or there's no grades, or there wasn't a syllabus that indicated here's the grading scale. So I'm passionate about this because this is what we're talking about when we're saying consistency, uniformity, equity is anchored in our practices. And if we can't uphold that, then we're selling a false promise. To go back to this Long Beach promise, if a 0.001 index difference to be eligible to go to Cal State Long Beach is going to make the difference, and a student at Cabrillo is going to say, oh, but if I took this other class, that would have been a B, and that's the lifeline that we're giving up. So this isn't about grade inflation. We need to ensure that it's not about grade inflation, right? But to me, it's more about how do we have an anchored, equity-anchored conversation on high impact, best practices in our district, knowing full well that we have done so much harm to our Black and brown students, our students with disabilities, our English learners, because we are arbitrarily, and it's not an individual teacher, but I want to stress that, our system has failed our students. And the burden is on those students that don't have parent advocates come into school, that don't speak English at school, that aren't familiar with navigating our school system. And so I'm proud of our district for engaging in this work.
Do we have any other comments or questions or Mr. Miller?
I'm definitely going to read the book.
Well, in that case, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our teachers. It's always nice to hear a perspective directly from teachers or directly from whoever's involved with the work. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a successful workshop. And we will adjourn, and our regular board meeting is tomorrow, so we will see you then. Thank you. Yeah, so sorry. Stay seated. Holy cow. I was still in awe of your monologue about the grades, and I just wish you would have spoken up. I mean, you were so, I could hardly tell what you were saying. You were so soft-spoken.
Killing us, President Craighead.
But,
I thought we had a policy that once it's announced as adjourned, it's adjourned.
no. No, I really did appreciate your perspective. I really do appreciate that you're reminding us that that work is anchored in equity, and that's what drives us. And we've heard that as a recurring theme today. And so, so we will have a board discussion on anything that's occurred today. So I think maybe I will just add that when we were talking about community engagement, parent engagement, I was thinking that it would be wonderful if the website could reflect the change in parent engagement. It's one thing to have meetings, you know, whether it's CAC, DLAC, other things. It's one thing to have those meetings scheduled on a calendar, but I think it would be very helpful if we had information that explained what those groups were. And we have a lot of very creative and talented people in this district, and I'm picturing something on the website that that draws people in, you know, that says, hey, do you have a student with special needs? What are the resources available to you? And you know, it would be information like you could join a parent group. You know, find out what's happening district-wide, or, you know, check with your school because these are things that are happening at your school, something like that. So when we were talking about community engagement, that's the type of thing that that I had in mind was that outgoing information, so that when a parent is curious about something, they find answers, and we have those or that information handy. Anybody else have anything? Mr. Miller.
Yeah, just really quickly. I thought that, first of all, today was really good. I think that we touched bases on a number of topics that we all have been waiting to hear about, like when it comes to our board goals, when it comes to really what the undertone of a lot of today's conversation was centered around a topic that I brought up when I first came onto the board to the district, which is the topic of what does success look like? I know I was driving Jill and everyone else crazy because that was always my question. What does success look like? And that has been something, at least from an Eric Miller perspective, that is something that I have always taken into account when I've gone into a classroom and I've sat down with the teacher and I'm like, what does success look like? And that's what the syllabus is helpful with. And it tells me what I need to do to have an A. Done, right? And now we're talking about our grading policy and making sure that students, when they come directly into the classroom, they know what success looks like when it comes to being able to master the information that they're being provided in their classroom. We were talking about the project management system today, right? Once again, it is a tool to help people understand what success looks like. It is a tool that helps you navigate to whatever your goal is from a district standpoint. But once again, it's with the undertone of being successful and having a goal that is to be accomplished. Last but definitely not least, we were talking a little bit about community outreach, right? When we were talking about some of our district goals. But once again, it had that undertone of what is success, right? I think that that one is probably one of the more difficult topics in particular because there's a lot of ambiguity that comes with community outreach. But in the same token, being able to capture all of those details and confirm what is a successful community outreach plan look like? If I do these things and I talk to these communities, have I been successful? Yay or nay? And so I think that when we look back at today, we're really capsulizing, we're trying to put a cap on what does success look like and making sure that we have strong metrics and the measurability of this goal of being a successful district. And I think that that is absolutely on the right track of being strong and viable in the larger statewide conversations of public education. And so I wanted to applaud everybody for their great work today. It was definitely informative. I was appreciative of this conversation of grading because as I listened more and more, I too could see all of the larger gaps and holes that can be created. I think about it almost like a restaurant, right? And you got this recipe, but if we're a franchise, but yet everybody has a different recipe, it was like, hey, that's not a good way to run it. We got to cook our chicken the same way, right? Right? We got to make sure that we got the right herbs and spices, so that we're being consistent upon. If I go to the KFC in North Long Beach, I should be able to go to the KFC in downtown and then get the same flavor. And so, all things considered, it's also disappointing to think about some of the inequities that could be created from there, right? Where we're talking about some of our kids from some of our more disenfranchised neighborhoods not getting the same opportunities to make up their grades, to have that A that can give them the GPA to help them get into Cal State Long Beach. But now, like that was just some of the more uncomfortable piece. But all things considered, I was very, very pleased with today's conversation. I just wanted to thank everybody for their help.
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, everyone, for the presentations. I think the framing of the presentations allowed for thinking to take place and allowed for sort of open-ended conversations to continue. So I just appreciate the framing and the information that was presented today.
Well, Mr. Miller, I appreciate you reminding us about how you came in thinking about what success looks like. And I think that a big answer to your question is the graduate profile, the adult profile, and the system profile. That's what success looks like. So there's your answer in one place. A takeaway for me on the grading part was we should be measuring competency and not compliance. And that's kind of the bottom line. Yeah. And so I was happy to hear it phrased in that way. Would anybody else like to add? No? Okay. Then I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone. Again. And we will see you tomorrow publicly at 5 o'clock.